All right. YouTube ticked over to waiting for Human Boy. And I resent that. No one's waiting on me for shit. I'm here. Oh, and I swore immediately, so this is also going to get demonetized. I wanted to... All right. YouTube ticked over to wait. Cool. The audio check's good. I wanted to stop swearing for the first 30 minutes of each stream so that I wouldn't get demonetized all the time. No! No! Hey, Babarat. How you doing? Dear Berlin, how goes it? We are waiting for the tournament to start. 1 second. I will tell everyone that we're here. Stream time with ol' hummus. We believe in your school education. Thanks. RTM, good morning. Morning. What up, Blue Joe? Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. Tournament has not started yet, but I can still do the intro and tell you what's going on. We are casting the usually weekly ODM tournament. Challenges of the Grail. Hanadans host this up. Cast is to be determined. Cast is right here, my man. Oh, we're doing the 5-faction pool. Okay, the pick a ban is complicated. Basically, this is a new thing Hanadans is trying out. Basically, you and your opponent both pick 5 factions that you're gonna play, and then you pick and ban from there. But, like, it can't be the same one. You'll see as it goes on. It's really hard to explain with words, but, like, if you see it, it's all right. Yeah, so if I have, like, a pool of, like, Skaven, Greenskins, Norska, Ogres, Beastmen, sure. My opponent has, like, Vampire Counts, Vampire Coasts, Tomb Kings, Zinc, and Khorne, or something. Then we move on to the pick and ban, knowing that each player only has those 5 factions to choose from. It is what it is. Bull Centaurs, 3 max. Trains and Chariots are 1 max for the Chaos Dwarves. Bretonnia, Grill, Knights are a super weapon, so you can have 1. Hippogriff Knights also have 1. Greenskin Pump Wagons are just flat out banned. Okay, that's fine. The rest is fine. Yeah. So bracket hasn't shuffled yet. I don't know how many of these 11 players, 15 players have actually checked in. We'll have to see. Oh, fuck yeah. Gentle Rat's here. Blood Penguin's here. Now it's a party. Now it's a party. Where the hell is... What? Gentle Rat's not in this server? Okay. Cool. Bracket is live. Did I get a buy round? I got a buy round. What the hell? I want to fight Blood Penguin. I wanna. He's going to have to beat Park Map for that to be the case. All right. How many do we have? 8, 12. Cool, 12 people. I get to pick a tournament favorite and a thinger. Dark Horse, that one. Tournament favorite. Ooh, boy, that's tough. I'm going to go with Blood Penguin. Let's go. He's a really good player. And a super nice fellow. So Blood Penguin's going to win it all. My Dark Horse is... Oh, this is tough. Bird's pretty good. Phoenix King's pretty good. Race is pretty good. I'll give those guys their props. Sabrus is pretty good. Normal Swamp's actually been playing pretty well overall. Okay, I'll give all those guys their props. But our Dark Horse is going to be fucking RTK Stingers. Let's go. Because this guy right here won the Faction War runner-up. So you got to respect the Faction War runner-up on the High Elves. And 2, he introduced the world to White Lions, the War Lions, not the White Lions. The War Lions, the actual kitty cats of the High Elves, not being mega trash. They actually can do some good functions. So for that, I'm going to bet Stingers all the way, baby. Stingers all the way to finals. He's going to lose to Blood Penguin. Easy clap. In fact, that wouldn't be a bad game to start out with. We don't get to catch Butcherbird on stream a lot. And Stingers doesn't often sign up for tournaments, but when he does, it's usually a banger. So I'll see if they're... I'll see if they are around. Good to see lots of new people, Cyrus. Yeah, dude. Our new player tournaments have seemed to have brought in quite a few new faces. I'm glad to see them sticking around. Like Rainy Frog, who's here. Hey, Rainy Frog. How you doing, man? How you doing? Outside of the comforting realms of the new player tournaments, it is a cold and desolate wasteland full of really, really fucking good players. But hopefully you guys still have fun. Hopefully. Gentle Rat. Where is the Gentle Rat? Okay, I just need to make sure that he's actually in the ODM server. The Gentle Rat. Yeah, he's here. Okay, he doesn't need my help. He can take care of himself. Bye, Butcherbird. Hi, AC Maiden. Bird sent me a code, but let's see if I can figure it out just by looking at the lobbies. Do you think it's this lobby that's just called Bird? Do you think it's this one? Let's find out. Hey, I was right. Let's go. What up, Helmet? This tournament seems fun. Rainy Frog, you're fun. Did you get a buy round? Oh, you got a buy round. Hey, but your opponent's whoever wins this one. Nice, nice. So let's do RTK. Stingers! 1, 2, 3. And the other side. That's Butcherbird. In YouTube, he has a different name, and in Steam, he has a different name. So for the sake of consistency, let's do SOK Crowfather so people don't get too confused. Caught all streams this week. Always good content from the boy Human. Thanks, man. We've been doing good. We've been doing good. Last stream, I wasn't feeling it. 2 streams ago, I was feeling it. The new player tournament, I was feeling good. Friday night fights, it's nothing against Friday night fights. It's just like Grace was sleeping, so I was trying to stay quiet. The energy level was kind of muted. But when she woke up, we could actually put some heart into it. I feel like the finals was a banger, so we brought it back for finals. We had some good games, man. That race Bjorn final was really funny. It was really funny. Because the first game, fucking Rikarth into Lizardmen, and Bjorn brought the Pale Death, the Troglodyte ROR, is one thing. But then Rikarth getting his ass handed to him by a Stegodon was really funny to me. It's just like, this is what you were born to fight, Rikarth. You need to beat this large monster. And he's like, no, and just gets his ass handed to him by the Thunderous one. It just kicks his ass. And then the second game was some horseshit, man. That Cygor summon, like, he couldn't kill the caster, the Beastmen caster. He just couldn't kill it for some reason. And then it gets away, rallies, summons a Cygor, and the Cygor summon triggers army losses because, I guess, reasons. That was so fucking funny. That was a great final. You're not seeing this game on Total Tavern? No. This was hosted on Challenge. Challenge is a website that does tournament hosting. It existed before Total Tavern, and some tournament hosts are more comfortable operating on Challenge. Yeah. I've recently started to post most of my tournaments on Total Tavern just because I know a lot of newer players to the scene that are introduced through Turin look at Total Tavern and stuff. but there are still plenty of tournaments being hosted on Challenge. Challenge? How do you spell that? Challenge. If you're really curious about the tournament, here is the... There's the bracket. Sam Goodwin finally joined the Discord. Hopefully some other beginners not to get wrecked against right away. Yeah, okay, let's do the promotion. Let's fucking do it. Let's go. If you are in my Discord... If you are in my Discord and you want to find some games to decide whether or not you even like land battles, you join the Discord. You can go to Give Rat Ogre Roll, like Hot Fire Potato. We will give you the Rat Ogre Roll that gives you access to a new player chat where only new players and coaches can talk. There's a list of coaches if you have questions about factions. You're like, hey man, I liked Kislev and Domination. I don't know how to play them in land battles. You can message either me or Blood Penguin. This is just a list of people who play those factions and agreed to answer DMs. So like, you're not annoying these people. If you think you're annoying these people, they wouldn't have signed up to be on this list if they weren't ready to receive your messages. And if you feel like playing a game, you can go into the best of one bot. It's not ranked or anything. You know, if you win or lose, it doesn't matter. And only new players and coaches can use this. So you'll get some people that you know won't white line camp you or corner camp you or forest camp you or do any of that shit. It's pretty low stakes. And then if you feel like it, you can go down to the best of 3 ranked bot that like tracks your wins and losses and has a leaderboard and all that shit. But for a starter, you might just want to stick with the best of 1 practice pit and figure out if you like it or not. Sound good? Sounds good. Uh-oh, Cyrus is typing. That's scary. Anyway, Bird's typing to me. For all I know, it has a lot of cuss words, and cuss words will not be allowed on the stream. So I'll check those off. Okay. Bird has... So the 5 factions for each person has been picked. Bird picked Bretonnia, Beastmen, Wood Elves, Greenskins, and Zinc. Stingers has picked High Elves, Chaos Dwarves, Norska, Kislev, and Ogre Kingdoms. Those are the 5 factions each player can pick from. Can I join late? The tournament has already started, I'm afraid. But, Harrison, there's another tournament tomorrow that is on Total Tavern. It's the RTK tournament hosted by everyone's favorite platypus. Boop. So if you are interested in a land battle tournament, there is one tomorrow at this time. That one is tomorrow. Yo, man, typically I watch a tournament series right before bed, never catch it live. Over, under Cambodia. But your channel is fantastic. I watch every video. Big shout out from Cambodia. I guess I will allow a shout out from Cambodia. No, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm bad at receiving compliments, so I tend to deflect through humor. Okay. You're highly suspected. Hell yeah, fat kid at recess. All right. These guys are getting their picks set up. So game 1 is Beastmen versus blank, but game 2 is Zinc versus Kislev. Again, I know that sounds confusing. When I'm playing, I'll show you how I go through the pick and bans and it'll make more sense, but they pick at the same time. So game 2 is already decided. It's Zinc versus Kislev. Game 1 is Beastmen versus blank. He's figuring out who he wants to play against. the pick and ban system can lead to a stall at the start, and then games 1, 2, and 3 go much quicker, but there's a bit of a lead up, so sorry about that. How does league play work? Oh, okay. What is the elo? Yeah, I can show you that. Again, while we're waiting. Beastmen Norska in game 1. Interesting. While we are waiting, current standings, left screen. So the elo, if you beat somebody, like let's just go to find matches. So like you can see here, Butcherbird, who's actually on our screen right now, he's playing Stingers in the live thing, but when he lost 22 elo and his opponent gained 22. His opponent had a score of 1,000-ish, and he had a score of 1,200-ish. So when his opponent beat him, Lord Lever got a shitload of points, and Bird lost a shitload of points because that was an upset. Whereas Rainy Frog is a relatively newer player, and Lenorm is insanely, he's very grindy. So you can see Lenorm has a skill level of 1,200, and Rainy Frog has a skill about 800. So he only lost 7 instead of 22. So it's a system that gives you less if you beat newer players, but gives you more if you beat people closer to your skill level, and gives you way more if you upset somebody. So that kind of disincentivizes someone at the very top to just constantly snipe newer players because they get less and less rewards. Overall, the standings, the elo standings, used to feed into where is it? It used to feed into tournaments that we would host every week, and it's you could only play in a bracket. So the Skaven Slave tournament, you could see, has a prize pool of $25, but you can only play with other Skaven Slaves. So that means if you're losing a bunch throughout the season or whatever, it's fine. It's just ranking you for the tournament that actually matters, the playoffs. So then in the playoffs, you should be fighting people around your skill level, and then the playoffs will have some really close and epic games, right? But I kind of stopped hosting those tournaments because RTK, BBB, ODM, and VOD, all those clans were hosting all these tournaments and stuff, and there just wasn't a ton of room left for more tournaments in the scene. Everybody was already playing a shit ton. So now it's just playoffs. Yeah. So anyway, that's what the elo is for, is at the end of a season, which this season ends in July, so there's one more month left. Wherever you are on the leaderboard, you get invited to a playoff tournament for some big money points against other people of roughly your skill level. And you can get more money the higher you are on the thing. So that hopefully disincentivizes people from smurfing, just losing a bunch on purpose to get in the Skaven Slaves and then get $25. Because if you're actually a good player, then you should probably try and be in the $50 tournaments or even the 200. But yeah, I will say that the elo, some people just like it for the internet points at this moment in time, because we are at kind of a transition period of figuring out what the Vermin League is for. But a lot of people just play it because they think it's fun. It's like quick battles, but the other person's going to play by the same tournament rules as you. And we sometimes have events I'm trying to find them because they were hidden. Warpstone Hunt. Yeah, this one just finished. Where we had an event where you and some buddies, whoever plays the most games on the Vermilion Ladder in a week gets a prize. So we did some stuff with that, but yeah. I don't know. It's there. The main purpose is just to play some games without any worry about quick battle bullshit, because no one pretends that there's not quick battle bullshit. Some quick battles are fun, but some of them are ass. Who's gonna win? Who's the Magnus Carlsen of Hummus Discord? Blood Penguin's pretty damn good. Strat game, Blood Penguin, Berserk, Scroot, Nameless Order are the top 5 of our leaderboard right now. That feels accurate. Of the Gracier tournament, I'd probably bet on Blood Penguin, and then I think Cool Umbrella or Strat game or Lenorm are pretty solid contenders for second. Blood Penguin's weird, though. I think he's been playing maybe too much recently, because he feels very up and down. I love Blood Penguin. I'm trying to shit talk the guy, but when he's playing at his best, he's really, really good. And then there's sometimes where I'll play him, and it's oh, I 2-0'd you, sir. That never happens. But when he's playing on form, great player. Also just a super nice guy. I've never had a bad interaction with Blood Penguin. Who do you think is the worst matchup this patch? Still Skaven Dwarves. I still think Skaven Dwarves is the worst matchup in the entire game. Where does the money come from? My pocket. How do you join the league? Just play. Just play. If you queue in the fine matches for the best of 3, after 5 games, the bot will put you on the leaderboard. The 5 games is just like the bot figuring out what your elo should be. So the first 5 games are much more weighted, where like if you lose 5 games in a row, it'll put you down to like 800 in the elo range, so that it like tries to mark you more accurately. Or if you win 5 in a row, it'll put you up like 1,200. It's just to save you some time from grinding, because I know that sounds bad, but imagine like you're a new player and you join, and it starts you off at 1,000, which is like mid-level of tournament players. It's just going to be weird, because like every game you lose, you're going to lose a ton of points. It's just going to feel bad. So the first 5 games, the bot's just trying to figure out where it should put you on the leaderboard. And all of that rambling aside, we got into our first game. And again, the transition from game 1 to game 2 to game 3 should be pretty short, because they did all of their picks and bans right away, though that did lead to a long rambly moment for us. Ooh, this is a small map for Beastmen and Norska. They are going to be right in each other's face. For Norska, where's my thing? There it is. 4 Marauder Horsemasters. No. 2 Marauder Horsemasters, 2 Horsemen on the front line for Norska, and Stingers. Familiar Balefiend of Fire with Burning Head, Cascading Fire Cloak. Wolfric the Wanderer on foot with Hunter of Champions and Seafang. So Marauder Spearman, Marauder Frontline is fine. Still moving stuff around on me here, but we have an Ice Wolf, the Beast of Tashnar, ROR dogs that have anti-large, 3 Skin Wolves, and a Feral Manticore. I suppose the Skirmish Cav are expensive. I was like, something about this Norskin roster looks unfinished. On the other side, for the Beastmen, 5 Ungor Spearman herds with shields for a little improved melee defense. We have another Feral Manticore. Interesting seeing 2 of them in one game, post game 2. Malagor Dark Omen with Flock of Doom, Doom and Darkness, and Enfeebling Foe. I really, really like Malagor recently. I think he's undervalued by a lot of Beastmen players. I know Bird also likes him quite a lot, so happy to see it, but I'm a Malagor enjoyer. He's just a really good support lord, especially if he has his leadership stuff. Wow, Bird didn't take his leadership items. Weird. Normally he has like a plus 12 leadership he can give to stuff around him. Anyway, crap ton of Centaurs. Centaurs are throwing axes. The Sons of Goro Centaur ROR for some magic and armor-piercing damage. I think Skinwolves have physical resist, right? Yeah. So if he had armored Skinwolves or something, the Sons of Goros could at least counter those guys. It's a pretty straightforward Beastmen rush versus a Norska kind of half-kite kind of rush. Having played enough Liches, I don't feel pressure about the first 5 games, even if they're heavily weighted. It's pretty quick to get Elo, yeah. And again, the Elo is like, it's there to try and get you into the correct bracket. It's not as much of like a you should feel bad if you have a low Elo. It's like, it's just trying to get you around other players of the similar skill level. If you're playing on the Vermin League at all, like, that's already props, because it's a, it's not a lot of people that'll join a Discord and play games like that. Like, you'll probably do pretty well on Quick Battle, and you're just moving to this to get better games overall. Anyway, the flank engagements are afoot. Beasts of Tashnar are going to do really good damage value, but their Skinwolf comrades are going to rout off, and even though they are a regiment of renown, they're still just dog units, so it looks like this overpiling right here of Centaurs is about to push them off. That is a pretty bad loss for Norska. A quick Burning Head is going to rout off these Ungor Spearman herds. And while the center's going well for Norska, the flanks do not appear to be going their way at all. A Doom and Darkness from Malagor forces off these Skinwolves and dogs, leaving, what is this? Ooh, leaving one other Skinwolf kind of all alone in a 10,000 v1 situation they just tear out off. Running away from the Feral Manticore. Wolfric has mostly helped kill all of the infantry of the Beastmen, and the Norskin Skirmish Cav is alive and well, so it's Norskin single entities, infantry, and Skirmish Cav versus A shit ton of Beastmen mobility. Just so much. Razorgors, Centaurs, Malagor, Goragor. And I'm a little scared for Norska, honestly. Infantry has not been a great win condition. Like, if your advantage in the late game is infantry versus blank, you're usually not going to do that well. Infantry is critical in a game state, but it's not really a carry threat, right? Like, if someone has a shit ton of infantry, it's hard for them to win a game. Now, they can. I'm not saying you can't win a game off of infantry, but it's not usually a safe win con. So these skirmish cav are going to have to put in some serious work. Meanwhile, Marauder Spearmen getting caught by Razorgor herds and Ogre Spearmen herds. It looks like actually the Razorgors are having a pretty bad time while fighting the Premier Balefiend, and more Marauders are going to join in the battle. Quick Flock of Doom, not overcast, hits the Marauder Horsemen and Masters, doing okay there. But this Feral Manticore, this is looking like a bad trade for him. He's about to rampage, and then he's stuck in the Sons of Goros, fighting another Manticore and a Malagor. That's just not going to work out. So I think the Norska Manticore is on his way out the door. Some Centaurs are catching up to the skirmish cav of Norska, getting some decent pokes in. Now, thankfully, Stingers has nearby Marauders he can run through, peel off those Centaurs, and get himself some space. I'm still quite worried. Yeah, I feel like the Beastmen have a pretty good hold on what's going on here. This Manticore is getting isolated and killed, as we mentioned earlier. I'm trying to think of a Norskan way back in this game. There's a nice little pile in. These Centaurs are just holding the Marauder Horsemasters in place as long as possible for more Centaurs to pour up on the flanks, and this could be a key moment in the end game for Norska if these Marauder Horsemasters can't get out with a lot of HP, because this is a lot of Centaur damage, and even a Flock of Doom in there just to make sure they go down. More Beastmen still piling in. There's always more Beastmen, but a nice predictive Burning Head trying to rout them off. Looks like the Beastman speed got most of them past the danger before it was really cast. And one of the Norskan skirmish cav is shattered. The other three are all routing, and that is probably GG in favor of the Beasties. Really nice Sea Fang tears apart some Centaurs with throwing axes, but it's just not enough to carry. Yeah, and Butcherbird's, he's a good enough player. He's not going to let these guys rally. He's got Centaurs right on their butt. Malagor could even chase him if he wanted to, but it looks like instead he's going to try and pick off the Premier Balefiend to fire. Beastmen are only up about 1,100 value, but the damage of power shows how significantly far ahead they are as they've just run off everything that matters in this game. Feebling foe, lowering Wulfric's melee stats while he is surrounded by the Sons of Goros. They aren't the best at killing a Footlord, but they'll get it done. Manticore and Malagor, plus some more Centaur action, are going to finish off this Premier Balefiend. And if he routes or Terror routes, Army Losses is going to hit, I guarantee it. That's a hummus boy guarantee, so you know you can believe it. Come on, Terror out, prove me right. Do it! Do it, you coward! How is his leadership getting better? Oh, Centaur's routing, okay. Terror route, Terror route. I want to be right. Do it! Do it! Wulfric's taking too much damage. Don't you army loss before you tear out, you son of a bitch! Don't you do it! No! No! Just hurry up and tear out, please! His leadership's dipping. God damn it, Malagor, why didn't you bring your leadership debuff item? Terror out! Army losses, yes! You was right again! I'm always correct! Okay, that got a little stressful for a second. Got a little stressful. God damn. Alright. Skinwolves got murked on the flanks pretty hard. The Beastmen just dedicated so many resources to the flank fights and destroyed them. Marauder Horsemen and Horsemasters struggled to get their value back. They did okay, but after the Skinwolves and Dogs were gone, they just had no safe place to sit and throw or do anything. The Marauders did well on the front line. They won the frontline fight quite convincingly, honestly, with Wulfric and the Premier Balefiend's support. It's just like the Beastmen didn't care that you won the frontline fight. They threw some dog shit chaff at it and left it alone. Malagor, Razorgor herds did fine. Centaurs, pretty good overall. Centaurs throwing axes also decent. Not really showing their value, but they were still quite healthy in the late game, so they had tons of love left to give. Sons of Goros did great. Feral Manticore did fine. Yeah, GG. GG. Next matchup is Zinc versus somebody. I honestly already forgot. He told me. He told me, but what did it say, precious? It's Zinc Kislev for game 2. Me and Penguin are starting the last game, so be up soon. Thanks, Park Map. Oh, you guys are talking about chess. Gross. I play a real man's game. Rock, paper, scissors. Cry, cry. More Total Warhammer multiplayer content is always welcome. Then you found the right place, my friend. Throw down a subscription. Give me $100. Send me your blood in a vial. These are the things I need to stay alive. And if you ask any questions, I will shut the channel down. Any questions at all, this channel's going away. If you want to see a game 3, you are going to be rooting for Kislev. Or if you're a fan of the Chaos Gods, then Zinc it is. Okay, if anybody out there right now is thinking about leaving, this Zinc build slaps. Don't go anywhere. At least see the Zinc build, and then you can leave. But Human Boy, I have to go to surgery. No, surgery can wait. You need to see the Zinc build, because this is some spice. This is some juice. I also don't think it's Mimi. I think this is a legit build. It's just very different than what I'm used to seeing. Well, some aspects of it are. Some aspects are normal. Kislev build's coming together too. It's also pretty good. This is going to be a good game. You can tell already. Do you need Warp Zone? I sense a lack of saltiness. I took a week break from the game because I was feeling pretty burnt out. I still casted stuff, but I didn't play for a week because I was just like, I was making a lot of really dumb mistakes constantly, and my play was just really bad. So I took a break, came back, feeling refreshed. Because it's hard to have fun when you're frustrated at your own mistakes, and like, I'm not talking about, you know, it was clearly I was just burnt out. Like, the mistakes I'm talking about are like, I was playing against Central Scrutinizer, Greenskins versus Empire, and we went through the whole game. We got to the late game, and like, I had one goblin on the field, and the Night Goblin ROR was at 1/4 HP. He had 2 war wagons with like 1/4 ammunition left. He had an Outrider, he had some Empire Knights and some Spearmen. The army tracker was saying I was favored. And I was like, why am I favored? This balance of power is so broken. And then I look, and back in my spawn is a stone troll and 2 squig herds sitting there. I forgot them in like a 13-minute long game. And I was like, shit! And I tried to run them forward, but by the time they got there, the goblins were all dead, and the war wagons just shot the trolls, and the trolls routed, it was over. And I was messaging Scroot after it, I was like, how long were they there? And he's like, whole game. Your army moved without them. I wasn't going to tell you. And I'm like, God damn it. Like, it was mistakes like that were just like so fucking egregious, man. My children is watching the stream waiting for the Zinc build. Should I be concerned? You should be concerned. You should be the most concerned. Da, 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 da. Alright. Kislev build is down to 5 gold, so we'll be getting started soon as he's just kind of figuring out how to allocate the resources, but 5 gold ain't really going anywhere. I did that with the Kepper Guard for a whole Dom game. You hate to see it, man. Hey, Zypher. Just dumb mistakes like that. Or you notice you get tilted way too easily. Like one thing goes wrong and you get really mad at it. And you're like, huh, I don't usually get this mad at one thing. Normally it takes like 4 things to get me this mad. So just kind of realized I need to take a break. Now I'm feeling good. Stingers is staring at his build, contemplating, thinking about life, wondering what he's going to have for breakfast. I think he's forgotten that we're all here. Oh, you ready up? Let's go! Let's do it! Alright, Bear Blob versus Kairos Fate Weaver and a Soul Grinder. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? For peak land battle. What? It's not a Bear Healing Blob versus Blue Fire Kite? What the fuck? No, my friends. It is Bear Chariots and Cav kind of Rush versus Double Flamers and Chaos Knight Spam with a Herald of Zinc. What up, Samrak? How you doing? Nagetsku's here. Nagetsku's gonna make me do the Malekith rant again. That's all he's here for, is to make me do the Malekith rant every stream. Anybody notice that tree is a little mixed looking? Oh, okay, I guess I don't get to see the tree anymore. But yes, we have Flamers! Flamers of Zinc. I hate this unit. I want to like this unit. It reminds me a lot of Skaven Weapons teams that I love, but they just make me sad. They shoot over the heads of my opponents, and they are not good. Recently, I did actually take Flamers versus Kislev, and while I lost that game, I liked their performance versus Kislev. They did okay, especially into bears. My opponent had 1 bear unit, and I hid the Flamers in the trees, and then when his bears engaged against my, I think it was Screamers. Yeah, he was fighting some Screamers, so it was a chaff, quote-unquote, unit I didn't care about. Then my Flamers popped out, shot the bears in the side, and did about half their HP in 2 volleys, which is pretty good. You know, that's 800 values. That's paying for themselves. Other than that, though, like, they kind of feel like an anti-infantry armor-piercing thing, but they tend to shoot over the heads of the infantry. I've noticed they're much better against cavalry or single entities that are tall, but they need tall targets. You caught me. Do it again. Hey, Grieven, how you doing? Yeah, you missed 1 game. It was pretty good, but it was also pretty short. Beastmen versus Norska on a small map. Game started, game went burr. Alright, my opponent is ready, but we'll finish this best of 3 and get back to him. I just got tilted at those Flamers in campaign. They did 8k damage with all their ammo versus the side of low armor units. Oh, it's so frustrating. Okay, we gotta go fast, because these players hit ready up as soon as they made their goddamn formations. We have 4 Winged Lancers, the mid-tier armored cav of Kislev. Katerin on a bear with Ice Maiden's Kiss and Frost Blades for some magic attacks. It's easy to forget, but remember that most demon factions have physical resist on their demonic units, so anything that can give you magical attacks is actually it's a pretty big boost in melee fights. A front line of 5 armored Kossars and a back line of 1 Streltsy, 2 heavy war sleds, and a Patriarch with just the activated heal. He doesn't have the passive heal. For Zinc, we have 2 Chaos Knights of Zinc on each flank. We have 1 Doom Knight of Zinc, the Knights of Immolation ROR. We have a bunch of Marauders across the front line, double Flamers, some Chaos Warriors in the back line, and the Herald of Zinc of Metal with Final Transmutation and Searing Doom in case of the Bear Blob. Final Transmutation, really quick cast right away and not overcast. Interesting that he wanted to do that on the Winged Lancers. While the Flamers fire, and the fire chases the Winged Lancers, gets a little bit of poke down again, like I was saying. Flamers are strangely bad against infantry, but I've actually found them decent against cavalry because the large targets are much easier for them to hit. As the Flamers roast their own Marauders. Okay, now you can hit infantry. Now that it's your fucking infantry, you can hit it. What is wrong with you? Anyway, they're on the run now because those war sleds look like they're coming for blood. Kislevite Winged Lancers just trying to provide some harassment, and they are diving onto the Flamers, and this is one of the big drawbacks of Flamers, that they are extremely squishy, and they got caught somehow in the front line with those Winged Lancers, so that Flamer unit might actually just be toast. As Streltsy continue to fire, and we have an Ice Maiden's Kiss getting a little bit of poke off those Zinc shields, but the Winged Lancers are doing a number on the Marauders, plus friendly fire. But other Flamers under severe trouble. There's the heavy war sleds have dove the backline, but was it all a bait as the Knights of Immolation and the Chaos Knights of Zinc have caught these heavy war sleds? While the heavy war sleds are tanky, they're very expensive units, so all the damage you can chip off of them is actually quite worth it. Where are our Flamers? It looks like the one on the far side has died. The nearer one is at half HP and just trying to survive the war sled attempt. And Chaos Warriors plus the Chaos Knights are whittling down those Winged Lancers. Meanwhile, some Chaos Warriors have moved back to try and fight the Streltsy and the Tsarina. But things are looking a little rough for Zinc here, as Kislev has a decisive lead on the damage value. And it's looking tough. Flamers firing into those Winged Lancers get a little bit of damage, but then the Demonic Instability Crumbling hits just from the thought of being attacked, and they are gone, putting Zinc down on the balance of power. And still, the damage value, it tends to add up for Kislev. Heavy War Sleds, one's at half HP, one is missing about a quarter. But these Doom Knights are having a pretty tough go of actually getting any damage out. It looks like these other Chaos Knights, I don't know what they're doing, but they're stuck on something. They're currently indecisive about where they want to be going. Tricky, tricky. Some Marauders are coming back. Chaos Warriors continue to fight Winged Lancers, but oh, they took a lot of damage getting shot in the butt by pistols when their shields are facing the other way. And they have 100 armor, but still, like, volume of fire can add up versus a unit like that. Herald of Zinc being super healthy is keeping the balance of power good for Zinc, and they still have two healthy and strong Chaos Knight units. They're not out of this just yet, but a lot of their units have suffered quite a bit. Nice final transmutation onto the Bear Sleds. That is a pretty good unit to hit with that ability, and one of the sleds is getting down to the area where it might start losing models soon. In fact, it already has lost one. And Salt Lake's Lullaby is trying to heal them up. Doom Knights and other Chaos Knights continue to pressure the back line. Streltsy still have plenty of ammunition and they're full HP. Something has to be done about them. It looks like a Searing Doom, not onto them. It's onto the War Sleds and these Armored Cossars. Chaos Knights are trying to bump and grind, but that's really not their specialty. The Zinc Knights are much more tanky than they are damage. So you can see they're like in the fight and they're holding the War Sleds down, but there's no follow-up after that. The Herald of Zinc and the Doom Knights will dive in. They're doing pretty decent damage. Where's that second Chaos Knight? They're over here killing Winged Lancers. That's fine, but they will need to loop in here and really finish off all the units in here. Winged Lancers finally run out of Buyer Blood. That will rout them off. A little less support here, but there's plenty of Armored Cossars nearby to eat damage for the Heavy War Sleds while they try to skulk away with their Patriarch friend. More pistols, more Streltsies trying to fire in, and the Chaos Knights of Zinc are even routing off. Without Kairos and his regrowth, Zinc is significantly less tanky because those shields only regenerate up to the amount of HP you have. So if you get a regrowth onto these guys, it also makes their shield much thicker. Without that, these Chaos Knights are going to suffer throughout the game. Another nice Searing Doom, getting some good poke onto Armored Cossars and a rear charge in from the Chaos Knights of Zinc, punts some Cossars away. These guys don't have armor piercing though, and their charge bonus is okay, but not great. So the Armored Cossars, 80 armor plus their impressive 40 melee defense is going to keep them relatively safe. Doom Knights are back in. Streltsy are continuing to rain in fire uncontested. We have some Chaos Warriors that need to be rallied into the fight. Looks like now they are a little idle. Nope, they're walking forward. I just didn't see it because they're slow. Healing cap appears for the Heavy War Sleds, though I think honestly their healing has about run out. He has one more cast of the heal in general. And there it is. The last heal is out, but it might be enough as the Doom Knights of Zinc are about to rout. And what is that? An overcasted Searing Doom on the area does so much friendly fire to the Chaos Knights of Zinc. Butcherbird, you madman! You absolute madman! That did so much damage to your Chaos Knights! My god! As they start to run away, the Streltsy just gun them down, and that'll probably be the end of our poor demonic friend, Zinc. Streltsy are fine, Patriarch's fine, Tsarina's fine, there's some infantry around, the Heavy War Sleds are suffering, and the Cav is all but dead for Kislev. But it's going to be enough, it's going to be plenty. As the Herald of Zinc takes a volley from the Streltsy, that might trigger army losses in just a second here. I think their next volley will do it. It's already it's already army losses. Damn it. I'm 1 for 2 on predicting army losses today. Also beginning that Nurgle campaign with Anticity and the others. Love it. Yeah, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's not my proudest moment. Because, like, I get really introspective and, like, I'm one of those people that remembers some cringy shit I did in high school and, like, still, whenever it comes up today, I'm like, oh, God. Because, actually, I have a funny story for you. I have a funny story for you about that. But anyway, so whenever I was on a stream with, like, Anticity and others afterwards, like, whenever we shut it down, I'd always be like, was I okay? Was I, like, annoying? I'm so sorry. Okay. The Knights did well. The Flamers did not do that good. Chaos Warriors did fine. Marauders got mostly murked, and the Herald of Zinc did fine. I rolled through the Kislev Valleys while I was talking, but the Streltsy did fantastically. Armored Kossars did fine. Wing Lancers didn't pay for themselves, but they were really annoying for Zinch to deal with. The Heavy War Sleds did great, and Zarina and the Patriarch were there. They existed. All right, my opponent is ready. I have asked them to let me finish this best of 3, and he said no problem, so we're good to go. So we'll get to see the result of this epic clash. Okay, so cringe high school story. Alright, before I start the story, one, I'm in the future too. I know this shit is cringe, okay? I'm telling you it because it's cringe. I'm not telling you it because I think I was correct. So, I was in high school, I was like a junior or something, and I was walking down this hallway towards a swim practice, because I'm on the swim team or whatever. I was listening to a song, right? And I was kind of feeling it, I was vibing. I think something good happened to me. I don't know. Something dumb in high school happened to me that made me happy. So I was feeling good and vibing. And so I'm listening to this music, and I think I'm alone in this hallway. So I kind of like... Hold on. I got to get it right. Oh, I know. I know what visual aid. Hold on. Dr. Something Walk. What is it? Yeah. So, you know this fucking meme? The guy in the green in the middle, Dr. Livesey or whatever? I was pretty much walking like that while listening to my music, just enjoying my day. Like, legit, the shoulders were swinging that much. I was vibing. I was feeling it, okay? And as I'm walking down this hallway, I hear this little nasally freshman behind me who was also the swim team. His name was Tanner. He was chill. But he's like, "Do you always walk like that?" I jumped out of my fucking skin. Because it was like you generally kind of know who's around you in a moment, and I swear I had looked and the hallway was like empty. So I was just walking, and like all of a sudden, like right behind me was, "Do you always walk like that?" I was like, Jesus Christ! Also, I guess I do. Like, I don't know. I didn't know how to play it off because I was super fucking awkward, and I was just walking like a dumbass down this hallway in front of this freshman. I don't know, man. It was really cringe. Cindy gave me shit about that, like, every so often. And I deserved it, but... Just, Dr. Livesey walked like Chet. Oh, I hate it. Makes my spine crawl. Segos, you missed the tourney? I'm sorry, man. I was not a furry, no. I was a bit of an emo kid. But, like, I dress like a fucking goober, and I still do, and I love it. But I dress like a fucking goober, but yeah, I listen to, like, a lot of Breaking Benjamin, Linkin Park, Korn, Disturbed, Slipknot, Avenged Sevenfold, shit like that. And I always thought the emo stuff was cool, but I at least had enough self-awareness to know I couldn't pull it off. But I was really jealous of people that could. There was this girl I liked a lot, and she was like a goth girl. And then these bitches, my friends, quote unquote, I still talk to some of them, so they are my friends. But these fucks, these assholes, like, we were sitting around a campfire last summer. So I'm 28. And I had liked this girl, her name is Emily, since second grade. Okay, I'd liked her since second grade. all the way through high school. And I was too much of a little bitch to ask her out, but that's a different thing. I had liked her. And then, so this summer, 10 years late, they're like, why didn't you ever go out with Emily? I'm like, what do you mean, why didn't you ever go out? And they were like, I mean, she talked about liking you, like, all the time. And I'm like, bros, you gotta tell someone that. You gotta divulge a little bit of that information. You can't just sit on your hat for 10 years after high school and then one day just like, you know that girl you liked forever? She was totally into you. Like, if you kept that to yourself for 10 years, at that point, just keep keeping it to yourself. Because now I feel like a shitter. And I tell Grace about it every day. I tell Grace, every day we sit down at the breakfast table and she's like, I love being engaged to you. And I'm like, I could have been engaged to Emily, who you don't know, but she was perfect, probably. Because it's in high school. You don't know much about anybody ever, so she probably has a lot of flaws. And I'm in a happy relationship right now, but I could have been in an imaginary happy one. It was funny. Now, the last part of that was a bit of a joke. Obviously, I don't just talk to Grace about that all the time. She knows that story because it's a hilarious story. Because she knows my friends, and she's like, that sounds like them. And I'm like, those fucks. They didn't tell me. Like, any of the many times I was like, do you guys think I should ask Emily out? And all of them were like, maybe, I don't know. Apparently they knew she would say yes, and they said maybe, I don't know. You do know. You fucking know, and you didn't tell me. You assholes. Don't say I don't know when you do know. Say, oh, I know, you should. But I'm not mad about it. I've clearly moved on. At least I can watch the best streamer. Hell yeah. Dude, Adam Mules, that's not my cringiest moment. It's a cringy moment. One of my cringiest moments is I wrote a love note, again, way back when. I think this was middle school. I wrote a love note to a girl and spelled her name wrong. And her response was she handed back the note, and all that was written on it was she crossed out her name, wrote it correctly. That was all that was on the note. Oh, that fucking hurt. That hurt. They were debating you? Maybe. It's still funny, though. It's still very funny. It's a wonder they're still your friends. Ah, they're good guys. They're good guys. I love those guys. We still play Vermintide together. I try to hang out with them every Sunday. We'll play Crusader Kings or Vermintide. Hey, boys, this is Emily. If you want to meet, send a message on Discord. They were clearly pulling your foot. Maybe, Strix. Maybe. It's still funny, though. Like, in the end, it's funny. Doesn't matter if it's true or not. You're probably right. They're probably liars, and no one could ever be attracted to old hummus. No one. No, I'm just playing along. I don't know if it's true or not. I believed them in the moment, but it would take some deep analysis that I don't feel like doing to realize if they're fucking with me. Believe it or not, I actually am quite gullible. In real life. I am. What do we have? I was so busy ranting about bullshit, I didn't talk about the matchup at all. Wood Elves, High Elves. Oh, nice. Butcherbird is a really good Wood Elf player. Crowfather, sorry, he has multiple names. Back in Warhammer 2, he's a mod of mine, and a decent guy. We talk a bit. We fight a bit back and forth, because we both have really defined personalities. So when we run into each other, sometimes we'll get back and forth. But he's one of my mods. He's a good guy. And the most tilted I ever got on stream was fighting his triple Way Watchers versus my Skaven, and it was like a 20-minute game, and it was fucking awful. It was terrible. So he's an OG Wood Elf player. Triple Glade Riders with Spears. 2 Wild Riders, one of which is the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. We have the Lost Sylvan Knights, Great Stag Knights. We have not seen these guys very often at all in Warhammer 3. It feels like the change to Ultra Size hurt them, and also just more magic damage throughout the game really made them quite squishy. Up in the sky, we have a Spellweaver of High Magic with Apotheosis and Soul Quench. Blade Singers as the only infantry unit. I think I mentioned Triple Way Watcher, but Triple Way Watcher. Also, Marcus, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I forget if I said that out loud or not, but I definitely thought it. So thank you, man. For the side of Stingers, we have triple Shadow Warriors. Some Lothern Sea Guard with shields. Looks like 4 of them. 2 Silverin Guard. 3 Silver Helms? I thought I saw 3. I guess just 2 and a Dragon Prince. And then an Archmage of Fire. Burning Head, Flaming Sword of Rune. We got the Kite Wars between the Elves. So Grace is a ruse. She's an actress. I mean, I wasn't gonna say it. Oh, Cyrus, hell yeah. I played a game with him and it was awful, great player. Just because you have one bad experience playing a game against someone doesn't mean I dislike him as a person. Phoenix King as also one of my mods. You know Butcher. You can make your own opinions of him. He's a pretty good guy. He has some hot fucking takes about balance, but that's okay. That's okay. He's allowed to be wrong. Archmage of Fire might be in incredible danger. Oh my god, if these Way Watchers shoot at her while she's directly over them. She throws out kind of a panic Burning Head, but that's not gonna really hit. The overcast damage hurts her, and the Way Watchers fire, but thankfully her eagle dodges out of the way, dodging some of the damage, but that's so much damage! And just like that, half HP. God damn. As she's running away, the Way Watchers continue to fire at her. Nice dodge there from Stingers, trying to just get out of this bad situation, and the other Way Watchers continue firing at the Shadow Warriors. Rough start here for the High Elves. Wood Elves definitely vibing at the moment. And the Spellweaver of High is just chilling in front of 3 Shadow Warriors and doesn't care. There's a difference between these 2 units. Way Watchers with Shadow Warriors, and wow! Half HP off that Shadow Warrior with some, like, fade-away shots by the Way Watchers. And remember, these are nerfed Way Watchers. In Warhammer 2, this was much stronger. It was a wild time we lived in. So Wood Elves super content to just keep firing with their Way Watchers. Their cavalry setting up a surround, they're generally happy. They do have to worry about getting too far away from the Way Watchers because Silver Helms will just run up the middle and run these Way Watchers down. Though they take a nasty volley, even on their shields. I guess they only have bronze shields. Even on their shields, man, these Way Watchers are chunking out these guys. Dragon Prince's Silver Helms all running up, and another half HP off the Silver Helms. God damn. And the Lost Sylvan Knights are dragged back into the middle to protect the Way Watchers, diving straight in onto... Oh, the Dragon Princess, but this is going to hurt. Flaming Sword of Ruin gives them magical attacks, and that is going to tear through the Lost Sylvan Knights. That's why you don't see this unit too much anymore, as they go from full HP to just fucking dead. And Apotheosis Overcast tries to save them, but that's a 2,000 gold unit disappearing right before your eyes, man. Oh my god, it hurts so much! And they're gone. Even with the fucking healing, they're out of that game. Way Watchers get caught by the last vestiges of a Silver Helm. Does almost all of the Way Watcher damage before a Glade Rider manages to rout them off. But that is a big value trade, and both sides skyrocket in damage value. We're at almost 4,000 apiece. Lost Sylvan Knight shatter. The Dragon Prince is taking big volleys and a side charge from the Wild Hunters of Kurnos, so that is a lot of damage. A big Soul Quench hits 3 or 4 clumped up units. That is definitely a mistake, and those units need to separate out a bit. So things have been going the Wood Elves' way overall, but we do have to remember that a lot of money is in these Way Watchers. So while they'll do a lot of damage, they're also losing a lot of balance power for every fucking thing they cast. Quick Burning Head is going to kill the Blade Singers, another very expensive unit. So the Wood Elves have, like, taken a lot of damage on 3 super expensive units here. It looks like the Firecaster took an ill-advised fight versus the Spellweaver of High. Now some Lothern Sea Guard are maybe trying to peel for her. She gets away. 99 speed versus 110. Without any support of any kind, she is going to get routed right off. And it looks like the archers aren't going to be enough to stop that high magic caster from getting to her. So the Wood Elves are taking a bit of advantage, getting rid of the Lord and Caster of the enemy, and they are whittling down the opposing forces. And as we mentioned in Game 1, when it was Norska versus Beastmen, a lot of the High Elves' advantage going to the late game here is looking like infantry, and infantry is just not a great win condition. So you can get cycle charged by cavalry pretty effectively, you can get kited out by these Way Watchers, and you still have your magic caster for some down the line soul quenches or something. So I am extremely worried for stingers in this game. I think Butcherbird's probably got it, but we'll have to see. Now thankfully these aren't just pure melee infantry, they're archers, they can do some stuff, and they're hybrid spearmen, which makes it a little more difficult to deal with for the cav to deal with them. But if you just throw Glade Riders at them, break their charge defense, and then actually hit them with the Wild Riders or something... Ooh, I just had to say that out loud. Okay, Wild Riders are not the Wild Riders they used to be. They're pretty meh. These aren't great Stag Knights or anything, so I do actually worry about their long-term sustainability. Shadow Warriors trying to get deeper into the Spearman lines and get safe, and you can see that these Wild Riders just take about as much damage as they deal on the charge. That makes me a little more worried for the Wood Elves, honestly. Wild Hunters of Kurnos coming back in, taking a bit of damage. There is Apotheosis for healing, but it's not the same as like Earthblood or Regrowth. It's solid, but it's not heal cap every unit on your roster solid. Way Watchers sitting at 8, 7, and 14 volleys, though this unit's so injured, I don't know if you really want to count all those volleys. And a big damage onto the Shadow Warriors. And if anything routes the Wood Elf cav superiority can run them down. Yeah, I would still say Wood Elves are favorite here, but the more I've considered this, the more I'm actually sus on it. I'd say it's about 40-60 right now. 40% high elf. So this match about seeing whose units suck more. I mean, the Way Watchers have been nerfed, but they've been putting up serious numbers this game. They fucked up those silver helms. Yeah, wow. Way Watchers doing fantastically. Blade Singers come back only to shatter. And the High Elves are one of the few rosters that can really handle their leader being killed. Their leadership is just so high that they don't really suffer that badly from the Lord is Dead penalties. Obviously, you don't want penalties at all, right? But they're at least not like Skaven or Greenskins, where if their Lord dies, most of their units become useless. Like, these guys are holding on decently well. Wild Riders and Glade Riders diving in, taking a bit of damage, though, every time they do. And the balance of power is creeping even into the High Elves' favor. And the longer this game goes on, the better it gets for the High Elves, because that Lord is Dead debuff, or Lord Fled reset. Ooh, she didn't die. Ooh, that's pretty big. Anyway, the Lord Fled debuff wears off over time. Weight Watchers still firing in on the Shadow Warriors. They are mostly gone, but so is the ammo of the Way Watchers. And you still have two very healthy Love and Seaguard on the high ground. And the Wood Elf Cavalry is suffering pretty serious attrition. Two of the Glade Riders are pushed off. Both Wild Riders suffering a lot of damage. And another Apotheosis on the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. But even the Spellweaver of High is getting involved. Eagles in the air are much tankier than they are on the ground. On the ground, they don't get those really good stutter step animations when they get shot. So they can take a lot more arrow fire. But it looks like pretty smart play here from Stingers. He knows that the High Elf caster is just a bait. He's not going to turn his Lothern Seaguard's shields around to let the Way Watchers get their last volleys off on their rears. He really wants those shields to be facing generally the right direction. Wild Hunters of Kurnos are going to charge his last Lothern Seaguard. Their leadership will falter and fail as more Glade Riders route off. More Wild Riders are coming back in. Shadow Warriors attempting to run in as a couple Lothern Seaguard volleys try and protect them. But the High Elves are pulling ahead. They're just barely ahead on gold damage value. The Way Watchers down to 1 volley, and 11. But can the Wood Elves actually grind through this? I don't know. I was a believer for a bit. Now I'm scared. Both these two Way Watchers are now just subpar melee combatants. Shadow Warriors are still routing on the fringes of the fight. Yeah, and the Lord Fled penalty is gone. So the fact that your Lord doesn't exist no longer hurts your army. Like, sure, you'd want the magic, but like, the leadership's fine. And the High Elves are chilling. They are taking command of this game, and I actually would agree with the bounce power here. I do think the High Elves are feeling quite good. Dragon Princes have rallied on the far side, but it looks like Stingers doesn't know that. And the Wild Hunters of Kurnos are coming for blood. Yeah, I didn't realize this was happening, so he's not going to turn around and charge back. He's just going to take free damage and rout immediately. Damn. A little bit of a whoopsie there. Not a huge mistake, because the Dragon Princes were so mega fucked, but still, you hate to see it. So the High Elves are reforming lines, trying to get back together. Wood Elves are just chasing anything that is outside of the main court. Also probably trying to build up more Winds of Magic for more healing and more Apotheosises. Never trust an elf. If the last Way Watcher was full HP, it would be GG, yeah. For sure. And they have a good amount of ammo left. They can keep firing in. Loudon Seaguard chasing the Wild Riders. And this is an example of back in Warhammer 2 when Wood Elves were super meta and Kite was super meta. This is like my worst nightmare. I fucking hated the late games where like people would just run away and heal while 360 massive range archers shot at me, and if I ever walked towards them, they'd run away. I hated that playstyle. Some people like it, but it's just not. It's not for me. I acknowledge that Wood Elves need buffs, but like the deep dark hummus boy that hides away his shit takes is. I hope Wood Elves stay nerfed because I fucking hate their kite and heal playstyle. It's like Zinc, but Zinc has blue fire, and Wood Elves have Way Watchers. But a little volley from Loudon Seaguard pings them down a bit more, so the Way Watchers are forced to run away. Spellweaver of High Magic is just wasting some Loudon Seaguard ammo while she dives around. Shadow Warriors are trying to fire at these Wild Riders who are running in. They take a bit of poke from the Loudon Seaguard and the Shadow Warriors. I haven't been noticing her casting as many Apotheoses, so I think she might be running out of Winds of Magic a little bit. Just a little bit. The Way Watchers that are out of ammo are starting to approach. They might get shot on the way in, or maybe the High Elves just don't care. There's an a Soul Quench onto a very clumped up Loudon Seaguard. Decent damage, but Stinger saw it coming, started to move. That looked like it had a secondary hit, but whatever. Shadow Warriors continuing to fight fire at the Wild Hunters of Kurnos when they get the chance. So the Spellweaver High is diving on the Spearmen just to break their charge defense so that the Wild Riders charge that comes in can do a little bit more. Don't know what they're trying to charge right now. Looks like they're just going to run away. But the Spellweaver High is getting whittled down, so are the Wild Hunters of Kurnos. Silver and... Ooh, these are Silver and Guard. I forgot that the entire game. Yeah, Silver and Guard are going to be pretty tough to beat for Way Watchers. They're just not equipped to do that. Eagle Caster hurting the Shadow Warriors who are firing in melee at her. Wild Hunters of Kurnos going to dive in. And almost rout. There they go. They will rout those Loudon Seaguard, maybe even rout these Shadow Warriors. And that is a big rout coming in for the Wood Elves against the High Elves. Getting rid of 3 units. 3. Maybe these Silver and Guard 2. Yes, those Silver and Guard 2. 4. All of a sudden, the High Elves tank on the balance of power. These Way Watchers in the distance still firing in, applying that, getting shot at, debuff. The Wild Hunters of Kurnos still hanging in there. Still vibing. As they charge Silver and Guard. Gonna take a bit of damage on the way out. Looks like they're largely okay as the Spellweaver of High is back in. Kicking some ass. And if these Loudon Seaguard rout, this game might be over. They're going to rout after that big chunk of damage. Yeah, there they go. Leaving just a Silver and Guard. It's not nearly enough to hold the balance of power up. And a pretty solid game overall. As army losses finally hits the High Elves. GG. GG, well played. Very well managed by both players, but Bird knew how to slow the game down, get some heals in, get the proper surround, do what he needed to. It was well executed. For the High Elves, that often happens if like your mobility gets knocked out, you don't have artillery or anything, then you are stuck with just infantry in the late game, and it can be difficult to really close things out. Way Watchers did fantastically well. Glade Riders struggled, Wild Riders also struggled for their price points, so did the Great Stag Knights. That was really brutal. But the Archers did what they needed to, and that's all you need. GG. What up, Knighthood? How you doing? Okay, I gotta go play my games. Alright. On my way! Can chat see this DM so they can see pick ban? I'm asking Blood Penguin if he's okay with his chat being on stream so you can all see our pick and ban phase. Okie doke. You host a pick ban lobby. while I change the scoreboards. So I did have a bye round. So this is my first game of the tournament. Park Matt fought Blood Penguin. It looks like Blood Penguin prevailed. So now we have to fight Scumlord Penguin. We'll probably lose, but we'll give it our best shot. And I will be tryharding. I kind of farted around a bit last stream, so this stream I'll play my absolute best, and then if we lose, we lose. All right. Let's go. So you should be with me, right? Yeah. So what happens here is at the start we both pick something and we can both pick the same thing. But after that, if your opponent picks something, you can't pick it. So I'm going to pick my Skaven because if I don't, everybody knows I want to play Skaven. And he could pick it here, and then I couldn't pick it ever. So he has Bretonnia, I have Skaven. Now you can see that Bretonnia, Skaven, and the Empire are all blocked out. I can't add them to my pool. I will add Greenskins since they're my second best faction. It sucks that he took Empire because that's probably my third or fourth best faction. If he doesn't take it, I'll probably want Ogre Kingdoms, as they're just generally strong, but they're also up there in my faction pool. If he takes Ogres, I'll probably take Grand Cathay. I've been playing them a decent amount versus Blood Penguin, and he generally has a hardish time. What's fun for me is that I play a little bit of Lizardmen, and he doesn't, and he hates them. So either if he picks Lizardmen, he's picking a faction I know he doesn't want to play just to deny me. Oh, shit, okay. I forgot I get 2 picks. That's my bad. That's fine. So we went Norska and Chaos Dwarves, yeah. So he doesn't want Lizardmen. I know he's not going to pick them. I want Ogre Kingdoms. And do I want Grand Cathay or Lizardmen? I didn't really want the coast. That was just a whoopsie. I forgot it was my turn to pick. I thought we went back and forth one at a time. Chaos Dwarves, Norska, Bretonnia, the Empire. Grand Cathay or Lizardmen, are they better into those? Probably Cathay. And then Kislev. So these are our 5 factions. All right, so we have Kislev, CD, Norska, Emp, Brett versus Skaven, Greenskins, VP, Ogre Kingdoms, GC. All right, I wrote that down just so I don't have to be on this page anymore and I can also see it. Cool, cool. Game 1, who's top? Me? Oh, shit. Galbaraz, that's fine. Game 1, I go Skaven, ban Brett. No, Norse. No, Brett. No, Norse. So you can play Kislev, Chaos Dwarfs, Empire, or Brett into my Skaven. He's going to pick Brett. He's going to pick Brett there. The other 3 are all horrible matchups. Unless he wants to go Chaos Dwarfs. I guess that matchup's not horrible, but I've played that matchup with him like 4 times, and he's never won it. So I don't know if he really wants to opt into that in a tournament. Because he's played Bretonnia versus me even before the Grail Knights buff. He played it back in like patch 2.3. And I think I still won, but it was very close when he took Alberic and some stuff. Empire ban Greenskins. Okay, so I don't have Greenskins or Skaven for that one. Ogre Kingdoms, Cathay, or Vampire Coast. Ogres. Okay, so it's Skaven versus Brett. Ogre Kingdoms versus Emp. Wanna do blind pick since we here? And there is a bot, like Hanniden's has a bot for blind pick, but if I trust the other person, I'll just fucking do it here because I don't give a shit. Okay, ready when you are. I know what I want to play, so I don't really care what he picks. I'm picking Greenskins because he banned it from me in game 2, so I just want to play it. Fine. I'll do the thing. Let me pick greenskins. Let me do it. I want to do it. I want to pick the greenskins. Chaos Dwarves and greenskins? Okay. Cool. So that was the pick and ban. You can see now how it's just not very easy to describe with words, but if you actually see it, it's all right. It's not my favorite. Like, I'll be honest, it's not my favorite pick ban, but I know Anecdotes has, like, a lot of unique picks and bans he wants to try, and it's like, if you want to run a tournament, you want to do your own picks and bans, that's fine. Bretonnia versus Skaven, game 1, huh? Hammond sent me a Fanta. That's silly. I don't want a Fanta. Is Fanta still a thing? I don't know if Fanta's still a thing. Skaven Brett. Skaven Brett. Ready. What up, more? It's going good. Peter Shanks, thanks for the shout out there. It's big in Australia? Okay. It's not a very big thing in the US. I think I could go out of my way and find one, but it's really not a big thing. Remember that grape Fanta trash? If I ever drank Fanta, it was orange. Because I visited Germany for a month and it was over there. My dog's stomach smells like grape flavoring. Grace and I are a little concerned. We're not concerned enough to actually take her to the vet, but we're like, what? How do you consistently get grape flavoring belly? Artificial grape is the worst tasting thing ever spawned. Boojalicious, what is wrong with you? Grape Laffy Taffy is the best Laffy Taffy. Closely followed by banana. That tastes nothing like a banana. It tastes like factory chemical number 4, but it's good. Am I winning? Yes. Hammond, I know who that Pokemon is. That's Pikachu. It's always Pikachu. Easy. So this is Sweaty Tryhard mode, and I am Sweaty Tryharding my Sweaty Tryhard balls off. The build you are about to see is not a mirage. It is not fake news. It is real life. Grape Laffy Taffy is amazing. Hell yeah, Spellbound. You got my back. So, what do we have here? This tournament limits Grail Knights / Grail Guardians to 1 per. Hippogriff Knights are also limited to 1. Globes are pretty good at taking out Grail Knights, because Grail Knights are immaculate in melee, but at range they can still actually take damage and die. Do have a net to keep them in place. If they charge in here, I can net them down, which is nice. I also have an aerial net and a Warpstone Scroll, which is an aerial slow. It's not a net, but it does do damage. So we're ready for some flyers and some chargers. Do have Gorich in this matchup. He is quite good. The Fey Enchantress is extremely tanky to spells, so relying on spells to take her out like Flensing Ruin is just not a way to go. So you need someone who's good in melee like Snitch or an Assassin, and I recently preferred Gorich because his Spinny Spin is very good against Grail Knights, and if your opponent brings Alberic or Lewin, Snitch does not do that well against those characters, and he does do quite well. Gorich does quite well against both of them, so Gorich is good against whatever Lord choice they decide to bring. So I do need him a little bit. He's also just nice in the late game to deal with Grail Knights. I will double layer my front line with Skaven Slaves. Why not protect your flanks with Skaven Slaves? It doesn't matter. Like, the Bretonnia Knights are going to slam right through them. It just doesn't matter. So, why bother? I do have the purple Avalanche Mortars for Peasant Archers to deal with them. The globes are just for cavalry. They're never going to get in range of the archers, so that doesn't matter. Rat Ogres are also a bit for cavalry. And then I just have a front line of slaves to keep peasants at bay. And I can throw them at the peasant archers and just be happy that the peasants are running backwards. Banana soda is legit? I have never had that. Alright, so we do have Lewin, we have a Hippogriff Knight, Knights of the Realm, bunch of Archers, some Chaff, a Grail Knight, and a Knight of the Realm, and a Damsel of Life, of course. So, okay, this is generally what we expected. Nothing shockingly new here. I'm going to switch the places of Gorich and the Greyseer in my army because I want the Aerial Nets to be closer to the Royal Hippogriff Knights, and I want Gorich to be closer to the Grail Knights. Though I also kind of want him to be nearby in case of Lewinisms. So we'll be careful. Okay, I'll start moving some chaff to the sidelines to help with these knights that are coming in hot. We'll get our Skaven marching forward to just harass these peasants. That's pretty fine. I'm gonna throw out the Warpstone Scroll on these guys for guaranteed damage since they're trying to get out of range anyway. I don't really want to bother with them. And I don't really want to use globes. Oh, those are Battle Pilgrims? Okay, I'll use my middle globe on that, but the other globe's not as much. Gorge, go say hello to the king. Okay. Is he gonna take off? Yeah, he's gonna take off. Okay, so I'll wait for him to land again. Okay. My rat ogres are just chilling for now. There you go. Gorge, playtime. Netcaster, get over there. Okay, Gorich is chasing around Lewin. I didn't quite net him in time because I'm a big dum-dum. But maybe Gorich can still catch up to him. Gorich, focus up. These globes need to turn and fire at the Grail Knights. Purple globes can shoot at the peasant archers. Those Knights of the Realm took a lot of damage. These Knights of the Realm are coming in hot. There's not a whole lot I can do about that. Net Lewin so that Gorich can actually catch him. With the Rat Ogres around, we should be able to finish him off for good. Globes are just going to shoot at these Grail Knights. I haven't got one net off all game because I'm a goddamn idiot. But Gorich is trying to finish off King Lewin. There we go. How does Lewin always get out of these goddamn things? Whatever. Gorich, spin. There. Decent damage onto these knights and the Hippogriff Knights. Maybe even going to get them to rout. I do have a bound ability I can use over here. Warp Grinders did okay versus those Grail Knights. A lot of shit is routing and trying to come back. Knights of the Realm are leaving. You're all leaving. Ugh, and everything's routing. I am so confused how Lewin got out of that shit, by the way. I felt like Lewin should have been mega fucked when Gorich was surrounding him and I netted him in place, but he just took like no damage. Which is kind of classic. Classic Lewin. At this point we might be doomed. Oh, the Knights of the Realm are the healthy ones. Okay, maybe we still have a shot. Maybe. But it's looking pretty goddamn bad. Okay. So we have some globes back. We have slaves chasing off battle pilgrims. Gorich, come here. Gorich, what are you doing? Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't know why it took him a million years to figure out how to turn around, but it did. Okay. There is that. Gorich has his spin up, so he's ready for that if we need it. You guys need to come back here. Globes are throwing at these Knights of the Realm to completely obliterate them. Now these globes need to turn and fire at the Grail Knights, who are still getting healing. And Gorich is in it. So Gorich should be able to tear out those peasants pretty quickly, and then we can snipe out the Damsel of Life, forcing Lewin and the Knights to come back here. But they are heal capping all of their goddamn Knights. How does Lewin always escape me? Gorich misses his rear attack onto a random lady. Classic Gorich. Alright. We'll do what we can here. Gorich misses another attack onto a random lady. There we go. Gorich hit. Spin! Okay, isolate Lewin and net those guys so they can't join the fight even if they wanted to. Then I'll warp lightning as support if it really feels like staying around, but Gorich, you're gonna have to hit Lewin in his dumb bitch face. Alright, Gorich has missed so many attacks. There you go, Gorich. There's a little one. Just a little one. Good God. Alright, you guys go here. You all come with me. You all come with me. Somehow Lewin got out of there again. It just seems like his goddamn thing. Damn, he is just walking out of here like he owns the place. That is really frustrating. I don't know how, like... When I fight Blood Penguin specifically, man, he always gets out of everything. Gorich and the Rat Ogres, get over there. Go, 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 go! Decent shot from the big boy Gorich. Should be a pretty decent warp lightning onto those Hippogriff Knights. Wow, it did 0 damage. I guess they kind of dodged it at the end there, but fuck. Alright. We have some globes. We have some Rat Ogres that I've forgotten, so that's a bit of a misplay on my part. Gorich is doing his goddamn best. Okay, he's in the middle of some Grail Knights spin, killed them all off. But with the Hippogriff Knights being so healthy, I don't know what we can do about that. Okay, at this point, net them in place, I guess. Lower their melee attack and leadership and all that stuff. Now that they're netted in place, use this. Even though they're netted in place, they do seem to be moving quite a lot. Yeah, we just can't kill the Hippo Knights. Gorch is doing his damnedest. Oh, goddamn Bretonnia. Jesus. I mean, I definitely made mistakes, but like, how the fuck did Lewin keep getting out of there? Yeah, like, okay, before anybody gets too mad at me, I definitely made mistakes. But I gotta say, some of that Lewin stuff was bullshit. I don't know how he kept getting out alive. I don't know about that one. I messaged him, I said, dude, I swear when I fight you, your flying lords are made of WD-40. Oh, there was a mass increase? Damn. Do the mortar have time to do damage? I needed something to deal with the globes. Not the globes, the archers. And then he kept the archers out of range for a bit. And I just misplayed some things. Are Rattling Gunners used in any matchups? I like them versus Khorne, Nurgle. Some others, but I'd have to think about that harder. Damn. Pangarino goes up 1-0. And while Grail Knights do need nerfs, I understand that. I still think healing is a bigger problem. Lewin heal capped, the Hippogriff Knights heal capped, the Grail Knights almost heal capped, and both the Knights of the Realms heal caps within sight. That's a lot of healing. That is maybe too much healing. Chaos Dwarves versus who? Okay, match 2 is Ogre Kingdoms. So I have to do Ogre Kingdoms versus Empire on Southern Chaos Wastes. Nice. I used to like this matchup a lot, and then I played it once, maybe versus Blood Penguin, maybe versus Central Scrutinizer, and I got fucking bodied, and I haven't played it since then. But we'll see. Oh, I got some schemes. Lore of Life out heals Nurgle? It does. I made a whole video about that. It was funny. It was a good game, though. Got pretty close. And I did make some mistakes. I feel like I could have won. I feel like I could have won if I didn't make so many mistakes. Like, I was really slow on the net with the Warp Grinders. Like, really slow on the net with the Warp Grinders. And, I forgot a lot of routed units. Like, I was super slow to bring my routed units back into the fight. So, like, some of the stuff was frustrating, sure, but I definitely think it was more my fault that I lost than, like, Bretonnia busted. If that makes sense. Bretonnia is busted, but, like, I also fucked up a lot of things, my dudes. I have an idea. It might be dumb. Ah, it's too dumb. I was thinking about taking the Maw. The Maw. But it's too dumb. Uh-oh, he's already ready. Uh-oh. I'm not ready yet. No. Don't. No. Ah. Going too fast. Going too fast. No. We ever see an Iron Blaster again? I tried using an Iron Blaster versus Bretonnia the last time I did Ogres into Bretonnia, and it made me so fucking sad I never want to see an Iron Blaster again. So, not from me. You will not see an Iron Blaster from this boy of hummus. It was so fucking sad. I lined it up, so some Grail Knights charged my Noblars, and they were in a nice line, and I told my Iron Blaster to fire at a sideways angle down them, and it said obstructed. And I'm like, obstructed by what? The first unit you can see is a Grail Knight. After that, if you hit the Grail Knights, you might hit some Noblars, but they're much shorter than the Grail Knights. The Grail Knights are taller and directly in front of you. What do you mean you can't see? And it's like, I just can't see. Oh, it was so frustrating. It was so frustrating. And I think it was on a hill above them, but I'm not super sure. I don't know. The Iron Blaster not firing made me so fucking mad. Change the faction map to the blue ones? No, I always go with the blood. The blood guzzlers. It's tradition. Who's the strongest Skaven and Lord? Lord Skrulk. Well, of the characters in the game, Lord Skrulk, any of the Council of 13 is actually more powerful than any Skaven outside of it. But that's not too entertaining to talk about because we don't know what any of them can do, honestly. They stay like super mysterious, so it's just like, I don't know. Archlord Nurglich is powerful. I don't know how, so it's not a good conversation. But of the Skaven that aren't in the Council of 13, Skrulk, by far. By far. Because in the lore, Liber One Shadowkiss is so fucking overpowered. Like, at one point, there's an assassin that Lord Skrulk fucks over, and the assassin's going to sneak up on him and kill him, and all of his gutter runners are with him, and they're sneaking up on him. And just getting close to Skrulk gives them all such toxic cancer that they die. And he didn't even know they were coming, and they all died. So yeah, it's Skrulk. Because only Thanquil can even get near to Skrulk, and it's because he uses a shit ton of magic to keep himself from dying. But Thanquil doesn't want to fight Skrulk. He spends all of his time that he interacts with Skrulk running away. So, yeah, it's not even close. I think if Skrulk didn't have that ability, it would probably be Snitch. But, like, it's just impossible for me to reason that Snitch could assassinate Skrulk, because, like, if he enters within a certain radius, he dies. And maybe he uses, like, a range attack. Like, maybe. But that's just not a skill I've seen Snitch do in the books, so I'm not gonna attribute something to him that was not presented, because then I could do that for anything. I could be like, well, then Skrulk has a plague lore that rusts anything coming at him, and, you know, it just turns into, like, circular logic. So, yeah. Skrulk's the best, because he just has some super OP shit. Alright, ready, good luck, have fun. Was there a hill? Might have been a hill. I have to go watch it back. That's why you just nuke Skrulk. Yeah. I love Queek. He's my favorite Skaven character. He is not even close to being the best. He's not even close. Snitch is better. Skrulk's better. Ikit's not a better fighter, but Ikit's overall a, like, more powerful character, because you have to assume he's going to use his inventions. Like, yeah, if you throw them in a room naked and make them fist fight, Queek's going to beat Ikit's ass. But presuming that Ikit has his tools, then yeah, Queek's fucked. Thanquil's more powerful than Queek. Yeah. Because Queek would have died in his books if Gracie or Razzle had finished the spell, but he got scared while Queek was walking at him, so then he miscast. But, like, Queek would have died by just fighting a random Gracier. Queek's skill and high status in Skaven society comes from his willingness to just pick a fight, not from his actual abilities. Like, he's a good fighter, but, like, not amazing. If you compare him to a lot of the other legendary characters, they're better. Okay, what do we got? So the thought of this build is, last time I tried to play this, I rushed. I ran into a halberd box with some war wagons, and I fucking died. So this iteration of it is, what if I shoot at them? So I'm going to shoot at them. We have 2 man-eater pistols for a little bit more poke against war wagons specifically. We have triple lead belcher to take care of halberdiers and spearmen. We have Noblar trappers to also shoot at spearmen. Looks like we have some huntsmen in the background, which is fine. And these man-eater pistols need to fall back because now we're getting into huntsman range, but that's fine. I mostly want the ogre bulls to chase down anything that routes, and then I have Mournfang Cav and Saber Tusk to protect my lead belchers. I'm switching the ones that aren't close to routing into melee mode briefly. And then my man-eater pistols, if I can micro a little faster than a snail, are going to get involved. Now, since his cavalry is playing really safe, I'm going to try and get my melee forces to go harass those huntsmen. Yeah, because just keeping them on the back foot is beneficial. Okay, lead belchers, start turning your attentions onto the knights, please. Wow, an instant terror out onto my Mournfang Cav. Jesus. I'll throw an undercast of troll guts onto them. Not an overcast, but undercast is fine. Okay, Saber Tusk packs need to peel out of this fight. I'll give them charge orders onto these other spearmen, but I mostly just really need them to shut down those huntsmen in the background. Ogre Bulls also need to leave this fight and instead go for those things. Mournfang Cav, gonna go fight those Demigryph Knights. Man-eater pistols still continuing to harass Karl Franz. Things are getting a little risky, a little choppy. Okay, that would be a mistake, Mr. Franz. Yeah, it looks like he realizes it and backs off. But, yeah, he has more cav than we were hoping for. So we are running into a bit of a fucking problem there. And this is going rather poorly for us. Oh, okay. I'll allow him to make this mistake. So he's landing in the middle of the man-eater ROR, which is an insane melee combatant. And these other man-eaters, I'll run forward and try and get rid of these demigryphs. I'll even throw a brain goblin on him, just get rid of him faster. But yeah, Franz just fucked himself over. He's probably gonna die in there, which is fine. We still have another lead belcher offering a bit of support. And as these guys try to run away, they will get hounded by lead belchers. The not good part is that the huntsmen are largely uncontested. They're still doing well. And how is Franz still alive, dude? What the fuck is going on with Flying Lords just landing in the worst possible fight for them and they just take like no damage and win? What the shit? Okay, I'm very upset about that. That's silly. That should not have happened. He landed in the goddamn man-eater RR, 74 melee attack, 76 melee defense. And he got some support from the demigryphs. I understand that. Like, I'm not a goddamn idiot, but he should have been nuked out right away. Of course, he was getting a regrowth, but still. Just damn. Okay, so since we weren't able to punish Franz, because we can't punish anything ever, because healing exists, we're probably mega fucked. Gonna route off those demigryph knights with a quick brain gobbler. Lead belchers will continue to pour in fire on these healthy Empire Knights. Man-eater pistols will continue to try and kill Franz. But any Flying Lord that lands anywhere is just invincible these days, so I guess we're just fucked. Demigryph Knights refused to rout even with a Brain Gobbler. At least they had stand your ground. Okay, I can accept that a little bit more. They had stand your ground. Fine. What else do we do here? I don't know. We're kind of fucked. God damn it, dude. How did Franz live through all that shit? You lead belchers are not doing nearly enough damage to those Empire Knights running straight at you. Fire, please. Fire, please. Fire, please. Fire, please. There you go, but that did like no damage. What the fuck? Okay, that's really sad. I guess I'll cast Brain Gobbler over here or something. But yeah, this is looking doomed. Lead belchers can try and shoot those guys. You could try to charge over here. But Empire Knights are killing my last lead belcher. Damn, man, how did Franz live? And of course he's almost heal capped. In a 5-minute game, you can almost heal cap Franz. That's so messed up. That's so messed up. Oops, don't know how we got there. Damn, dude. How did he live? Damn, man. All right, 2,700 value on the man-eaters. So I'm guessing what happened is they actually did do a lot of damage, but his regrowth mitigated it. So his health bar stayed in the same spot. Maybe his health bar stayed in the same spot while his heal cap came down. So it didn't look like they did a lot. Because they got 2,700 value, which is not bad. 1,200 the other man-eaters. My Mornfangs got fucking murdered. Leadbelchers didn't pay for themselves? What? You guys were firing all game, man. How did you not pay for yourselves? What the fuck, Leadbelchers? All right, that's upsetting. Noblo Trappers did well. Ogre Bulls did fine. Slaughtermaster did fine. I am shocked the Leadbelchers did that poorly. Yeah. As for Franz, 1,000 value, so he was mostly just a meat shield, while the Empire Knights got really good value by getting onto those Leadbelchers of mine. Huntsmen and the Handgunners did very well because I couldn't quite get back onto them. The Knights and the Spearmen just peeled for them really well, so it was great. A very good game. Yeah. I didn't mind that approach on the build, because you got to worry about the War Wagon Spear Box, which he didn't bring. I was very disappointed in the Mornfang Cat performance. Very, very disappointed. So what I could do instead of them is cut them, get 2 of these, maybe cut the non-ROR Man-Eater pistol and get some more Ogre Bulls for a little bit more backline harass, like to really keep those Huntsmen on edge. I don't know. Maybe something like this is better? Not sure. I can get a Noblar and then upgrade one of you to a Iron Fist. That might be better. Don't know. But it was a very good game from my opponent. GG's, my friend. We love Blood Penguin in this house. All right. And that takes us to a semifinal. So Blood Penguin, after beating my biscuits, goes on to fight Race, so we'll hop right into casting that. And Rainy Frog awaits the winner of Normal Swamp and Savibus Regnum on the bottom. I know Butcherbird had a time constraint, so it looks like he beat Rainy Frog, but let Rainy Frog advance because he can't continue playing. So we'll hop right down there when we can. Let's go! Okay. All of my insults thrown at Blood Penguin, and I think I am ready to find Raced. I'm disgusted by this Empire build, Mornfang Iron Fist. I've never clicked that unit before. They did pretty good for me, Strat, when you were talking. Because remember, I thought Mornfangs were trash. And then you said after patch 3.1 or 3.0, I forget which one, you said they were fixed. So I tried them a bit, and I liked them a lot. Like, I'm not trying to say, like, you said to do this and it failed. So then I took, like, triple old Mornfang with Iron Fist versus Norska, and that build's been working good for me. So I thought a similar thing could maybe be okay here versus the Empire, because they have shields, they have high armor, high melee stats, so Empire Knights wouldn't do that much damage to them. But in this game, they fought Demigryph Knights with halberds, which I honestly wasn't expecting, because they're a very expensive unit the Ogres can generally deal with. So those Demigryphs ripped through my Mornfang quite heavily. And also, they took just more damage from the Huntsman than I would expect for a shielded high armor unit, because the Huntsmen have anti-large missiles, but their armor piercing isn't that good. So I thought I'd be fine, but it clearly was not. So shit happens. Greenskins if I win this? Yes. What about Throt? Oh, Throt? I haven't read any Throt books yet, so I don't know. Actually. Titus. At least it was a Dr. Loves Ewoks and not a Tobey Maguire short from Spider-Man 3. Powder Guts are maybe a bit too easy to shoot to death. They're mid-range and low armor. The Powder Guts did great. I did have to keep them out of the range of the Huntsman, but they're really great. I think 2x Belchers, yeah. Strat game, that's probably a good shout out. Because I had an old build with Stone Horns in that matchup that used to do pretty good, but then with War Wagons being really strong and Empire players like figuring out that matchup a bit more, that build was struggling. So this is my first attempt without a double Stonehorn. It could use some optimizing, for sure. For sure. I don't know what's going on quite with Raced and Blood Penguin. This is usually Raced's lobby, it's just the ... but I haven't seen any chatter between those two. Yeah, Raced is here, so we just gotta get Blood Penguin here. I don't know if Raced is messaging him, but I'll just DM Blood Penguin this. We are here. Blood Penguin stays in the same spot, which is nice for me. Throw a little 0 there, put Race's name on the other side. I was reading Belagar's lore a while ago. He said there was a story where he took down a giant, and the book was like the first battle of the dwarves outnumbered their enemy. That's pretty funny. Belagar's alright. His lore is decent. No real issues with it. It's just like, I burned out super hard on dwarf lore, and this isn't like, I know it's funny to haha meme on dwarves, but like their lore is honestly fine. The reason I burnt out on it is I was reading the Gotrek and Felix omnibuses. There's 7 omnibus. One of the main characters is a dwarf, and a lot of his interactions are running into other dwarves. And then I read the Warlords of Eight Peaks. No, I read the Warlords of Eight Peaks first. And Belagar's lore is also obviously just dwarves. And then the Skarsnik and Queek stories have a lot of dwarves, because Queek's B-plot is about Karak Azul's ruler being sad about his son, Prince Hedrick. So like half of that book's also dwarves. There's a lot of dwarf lore, and it just gets old after a while. Anything gets old after a while, but it gets old after a while watching a bunch of like bearded stunties that have one fighting style keep doing the same character arc, because it's like, I'm stubborn and I'm going to be stubborn and at the detriment of my own well-being, and at the end I will be slightly less stubborn to resolve the conflict. It's like, that's fine. And then I hear it for the 10th time, and I'm like, oh my god! So that's kind of how I felt about Bellegarde. It's like, yeah, this is a fine story. I've heard it a million times before. Bellegarde, you're surrounded by goblins and Skaven, and you're losing every day, and you're going to die. Please retreat. No, never! Will you at least ask for help? No, never! Thorgrim Grudgebearer showed up with an army. Will you let them inside? Fine. That's how I feel about it. It's criminal how poorly Throg is portrayed in this game. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Because in the books, he's actually... I mean, he's, like, intelligent, but not very cunning. Because he makes some pretty crucial mistakes in his planning, which is fine. Like, that's decent character stuff, right? If your character's good at everything, then they're Mary Sue. So I do like that Throg doesn't really... He makes several mistakes, but yeah, he's pretty tight. I like Throg. I'm trying to think. There was something I was going to say on Dwarves, but then I forgot it. I don't remember. To make it worse, you have the Thankful and Bone Ripper novel where the dwarves are less stubborn to begin with, but they all end up dying. Oh, yeah. Dude, I love the Thankful and Bone Ripper books, though. They're so funny. Like, it's clear that the author writing them, who honestly I forgot, I gotta go pick it up now and figure it out. But anyway, the author who was writing it just was having such a good time. And that really came through the page to me. And it's like, all right, this is just fun. I don't know if they're particularly well written, because if you want to be super critical, there's a lot of dumb shit that happens. But, like, the tone set in it is very fan fiction-esque of, like, dear reader, turn your brain off a little bit. just turn it off a little bit, okay? And by that, I mean, like, I haven't read it for a bit, but I remember things like Thank will very frequently be standing in front of, like, a fragmentation grenade. It blows up in his face. He closes his eyes and hopes for it to go away. It doesn't. It blows up. And then he opens his eyes, looks around, and every Skaven around him has shrapnel in their chest, but there's a Thankful-sized hole that's against the wall, like, you know, where the blast wouldn't hit or something. And he's like, the Horned Rat favors me. That happens all the time. It's just, it's like, the book is constantly reminding you, have fun. Just have fun with the story. Don't think too hard. This is all nonsense. My favorite scene from the Thankful and Bone Ripper Omnibus, and this is real. I swear to God, this is real. In the start of one of the books, Thankful hires a Bone Ripper, because he always has a Bone Ripper, and he gets back to his apartment, and he sits down, he's like, I'm going to relax a little bit and plan my next move. And there's a knock at the door, and he gets so paranoid that he's like, Bone Ripper, kill it! And Bone Ripper goes to open the door and, like, kill it. And obviously whoever's outside heard that. So the door bursts open, a black shape comes in, does, like, a backflip over Bone Ripper's first punch, slices both of his shins, making him fall down. Then that black shape, like, scurries up to his head, slits his throat, and pulls out his tongue. And then Deathmaster Snitch lets go of the tongue, walks over to Thankful, and he's like, I just wanted to invite you to dinner. And Thankful's like, you should have said so. And then they walk off. That happens! That's the Thankful and Bone Ripper books. That's them in a nutshell. It's just fucking wild, and they'll throw every Skaven named character at you. I've mentioned this before on stream, and this is 100% true, but at the end of a story about Thankful and Ikit Claw, at the end of a story, in the last 30 pages, Queek enters the story. Queek enters the story 30 pages from the end, and the book doesn't bother to explain who he is. The book's like, you know or you don't, but this book's almost over, so who gives a shit? And Queek runs around with Thankful and Ikit Claw, hand in hand, to have a goddamn picnic. It's perfect. It's the perfect book series. It's all bullshit, and it's awesome. Snitch is so cool. Yeah, he just wanted to invite him to dinner. And, like, it was great. It was super great. And then, like, Thankful, when they're at dinner, is eating some of the food. He's like, wait, how do I know you didn't poison this? And, like, Snitch looks him dead in the eye and is like, I murdered your rat ogre with a knife. I had you on your belly, and I invited you to dinner. Why would I kill you in a public place? Like, think about it for a second. And Thankful goes, ah, you're right, my bad. It's so good, man. It was so good. I fucking love it. That book had the part where he accidentally summons Scarbrand. Yeah, it's really good. Like, Queek and... I didn't want to spoil too much, but since you already did it, we're too late. Queek and Scarbrand make a late appearance in that book, and you're like, what the fuck? Because you start off the book, and the plot is Thankful's trying to figure out what Ikka Claw is doing. Middle of the book, Thankful figures out what Ikka Claw is doing. End of the book, Thankful stops what Ikka Claw is doing. Why are there 28 pages left? Oh, Scarbrand's here! What did that have to do with what Ikka Claw's doing? This has nothing to do with anything. Scarbrand's just here at the end of the story. The end of the story had no build-up at all, and I'm here for it. I'm not complaining. But it was like conflict resolved. It's like the Lord of the Rings, to make an example that everybody would know. It's like the Lord of the Rings. Frodo drops the ring into the volcano at Mordor. Spoilers if you haven't seen the fucking Lord of the Rings. But he drops the ring into the volcano. All of Mordor falls apart. They get outside. You go to Aragorn's crowning. Everybody cheers. And then there's 20 minutes left in the movie, and the elves that are left, they're leaving on the boats was a ruse, and they come back and they kill the dwarves. Unrelated. Just kill the dwarves. I don't know why. Don't know why this happened. There was no build-up to it. The dwarves were hardly in this book, but they did it. Okay. Had nothing to do with the main plot. It was so good, man. I loved it. I loved every second of it. We're into game 1 of the first semifinal. Raced versus Blood Penguin. Grand Cathay versus Bretonnia. He scummed Scarbrand? Yeah, he did. He got tricked. He got tricked. Oh, Shiggy Diggy, you're right. You're right. I actually forgot the dwarf side plot of that book. You're right. You want unrelated bullshit? Kabanda and the Space Marine in End Times. Space Marines were in the End Times? What the hell? That's really weird. Yeah, so far I've read the Bretonnian Omnibus. Good. No issue with it. Good. It's a very fine read. Gotrek and Felix Omnibuses. Good. Very fine reads. No problems. The Vampire Counts Omnibus. Undeath Ascendant. Very mixed feelings depending on the story you're reading, but some of them are good, so that's fine. The Warlords of Carrick 8 Peaks was really solid. Skarsnik and Queek are two of my favorite stories, and they're 2 out of the 3 in there. Belagar's also in there, and he's fine. So that one is one of my top reads. Thankful and Bone Ripper is my favorite. It's very humorous, so don't go into it with like a super serious mindset, or you're going to see a lot of plot holes, and it's like, this book is not about the plot. But it's very fun. And the Malice Darkblade series has been really nice. I don't dive into Elven lore too much. This has been an interesting read for me, and I do like the Malice series. I think it has some plot holes that I have issues with because it treats itself more seriously, so then I treat it seriously. But overall, very fine read. And then I read Matthias Thulman, Witch Hunter, and I read Bruno the Bounty Hunter series. Those 2 are weaker in the Warhammer series. They're fine. Like, they're fine books, but they're not as strong as some of the other entries. Like, I would read Malice before I read Bruno the Bounty Hunter again. I would read Malice before I would read Matthias Thulman, Witch Hunter again. So that's kind of my ranking right now. Is the Empire books are lower on my list, not due to, like, problems, just due to, like, not being as interesting. And maybe that's just, like, I'm a human, so when I read about humans, I'm like, yeah, I've seen this before. But when I read about elves, it's just like, wow, they really, like, they think super differently than me, and, like, it's just kind of interesting to stay in that headspace. Yeah, so those are all I've read so far, and that's how I feel about them. I do think the Undeath Ascendant was the weakest of the stuff I've read, because, like, one of their stories was just straight up bad. Rise of the Necrarch is trash. It fucking sucks. All right, for the builds, they were assembled rather quickly. Raced has 1 flanking peasant horseman, and then a box. A bunch of peasant long spears, jade warriors. Wow, not that many halberds, actually, just some basic jade warriors. We do have 1 grand cannon, a single jade lancer, triple celestial dragon crossbows, the double firing, armor-piercing elite crossbows of Cathay. And then we have a single long marauder, but it is the ROR, Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. And we have Zhao Ming, the Iron Dragon, with Dragon's Breath and Final Transmutation. I'm scared for this because Final Transmutation is only really good against characters, and the Fey Enchantress has an impressive 75% resistance against it if you add her spell resist and ward save. I took the blocker down, right? Yes, I did. Good, perfect. I have the stream up my left screen, and the blocker was still up over there, so. Ugh. For the side of Blood Penguin and Bretonnia, we have 2 Knights of the Realm, a third over here with some Grail Knights, a Pegasus Knight in the sky, 2 Field Trebuchets, one of which is Blessed, the other one is regular. The Fey Enchantress for her Mortis Engine, plus some healing. A bunch of Peasant Bowmen, and a Peasant Mob frontline. Did you read any Age of Sigmar? I have not. Mal's got a lot of weird plot shenanigans, like Malekith being kind of inept. He really did, and I promised I would not do the Malekith rant for a 3rd time. But yes, Malekith in the Malice books was kind of a goddamn idiot. For the Grand Cannon of Cathay, it is not having a good time dueling against these artillery, and this is very smart by Raced, that he knows he's losing the artillery duel, so he just ignores it. What's the point of slightly damaging some trebuchets and then getting killed if you can use the cannon to try and get some damage onto Grail Knights, onto Pegasus Knights, and at least do what you can while you're still alive. But they're taking some pretty nasty hits. Ooh, smoked that Pegasus Knight, though. Nagetsu, you're still here! That dude always wants the Malekith rant. It's literally all he's subscribed for. And he is subscribed. I checked. I can't check that. I have no idea. So Zhao Ming is chasing down the Peasant Bowmen that were routed. I bet by a Fire Breath of his that I didn't see. Yeah, looks like, because he has 500 fucking value. Meanwhile, Knights of the Realm are going to try and punish him for landing, but the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin can counter-punish the punish for landing by landing. Because that's a thing that I had to say out loud. Cannons are pushed off, and this means the Cathay box does have to move forward, otherwise it's just going to get shot by Trebs for free. The Knights of the Realm are just walking alongside Zhao Ming, escorting him off the map. Don't know why this is still a thing, but they should definitely be able to just surround his bitch ass or attack him during it. I don't really care which one. Knights of the Realm and Grail Knights are sitting back. Now without the cannons, they should move much closer forward, so they are nearby if needed. There's no reason for them to sit that far back, and it looks like they are coming back to the party just a little bit. Pegasus Knights are actually taking a duel with the Righteous Lances, and they're doing surprisingly okay. Oh, they have the Favor of the Fae. The Fey Enchantress gave them 40 more melee attack. Okay, that explains why they're doing so well. And the Righteous Lances don't want any of it. They'll maybe turn around and take the fight once the Favor of the Fae wears off, but they don't want it before then. Also, the Fey Enchantress can just throw a regrowth on them mid-fight, and Zhao Ming can't heal up the Righteous Lances in any way, so I can see why they just don't want to deal with it. Jade Lancers come outside the box for a little bit, but Grail Knights are going to countercharge them. It looks like Grail Knights are going to catch them. They are faster and have charge bonus, but kind of an awkward half charge, and then they just fuck off for a bit. Peasant mobs somehow got into the box and are now fighting Celestial Dragon Guard, mostly just holding them back while the trebuchets continue to fire in unimpeded. Zhao Ming is still stuck fighting Knights of the Realm, and he can't really get out of them. They're just walking him around the map, and as long as they keep him busy, he's not out here disrupting archers or casting spells, so they're very happy with this trade. And they're actually trading decently into him whenever he stops. Righteous Lances Wei Jin gonna run out. It looks like they're gonna fight the Grail Knights, which is bold, because you have archers nearby, and if any of them have poison, yeah, some of them have poison, they'll lower your stats, and even then, Grail Knights should just beat your ass into the dirt. So far, Bretonnia has a pretty good handle on this game, as the Cathay box is getting pulled apart, and the units are being left behind and forgotten, because this just isn't the type of game you're ready to play. So Brace is on the back foot and a little flustered. Grail Knight's taking a little bit of damage from the Celestial Dragon Guard. Peasant Bowmen are trying to punish them. These guys do have 95 armor and shields, but Volume of Fire is Volume of Fire as a nasty challenge to potions is coming. Do the Celestial Dragon Crossmen accidentally dodge? It looks like it's going to keep moving forward, but if it arcs to the left, it's going to hit them. And it arcs a bit to the left, it hits them. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Realm charge in, just trying to disrupt these guys, but it is looking so bad for Cathay. Damage value is 4,300 to 1,400. Not even close, baby. Jade Lancers riding out to fight some Peasant Bowmen. We have Knights of the Realm nearby to stop them, but they'll still get a decent charge onto the Peasants to do okay damage. Wow, that was a meh charge. Charging uphill. Another Breath attack. I think it's just Dragon Breath. Yeah, Dragon's Breath. Takes out another Peasant Bowman, but there's so many that they can eat those losses easily. Pegasus Knights once again fighting the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, and once again trading quite well. What the fuck? The hell was that shadow? What is that? Oh, it's way over there. Okay. I got scared like a giant pterodon was above me. My little rat instincts made me want to flee. Pegasus Knights get the blessing, the favor of the Fae again, giving them its supreme melee attack. They should be able to finish off those Righteous Lances. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming turns back into his human form. He's at about half HP, and these full health Grail Knights are going to be a big problem. For Cathay, one of the Celestial Dragon Crossmen is already routing off. The Righteous Lances of Wei Jin are about to rout as well. One of the Celestial Dragon Crossmen has rallied, but is in the middle of nowhere, so if these Grail Knights are swooped back up, they can run out there and get rid of them. Post-haste! Jade Lancers losing their fight with the Knights of the Realm, but they disrupted the Archers like they wanted to, so they have achieved their goal. Meanwhile, a field trebuchet was pushed away by Jade Warriors. Is that what they're called? Yeah, I had a momentary panic that I was just saying a really dumb, incorrect thing. But the blessed field trebuchet that does not do any friendly fire damage is still with us and firing at nearly point-blank range into their own guys. But again, they don't deal friendly fire damage because they're blessed, so take that. Quick final transmutation. It is overcast onto the Grail Knights. It'll follow them through, but a regrowth will do wonders for that unit. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin continue to run away from the Pegasus Knights, continue to take a lot of damage. And we have a surround of archers here. These archers on the hill do need to turn on fire at the Jade Warriors, who have their backs turned, so they'll take a ton of damage from that fire. And things are looking doomed. Doomed for good old Grand Cathay. Yet another rout on the Celestial Dragon Crossman. Another Celestial Dragon Crossman was about to get routed before the Knights of the Realm get intercepted by the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, but this will probably be the last stand of those Longbow Riders. I don't see them having much more agency in this game. I don't know where the third Celestial Dragon Crossman is, but I'm guessing they're dead. I'm guessing they're dead as hell. More Knights of the Realm charging in onto the Righteous Lances, while the Pegasus Knights will take care of those Celestial Dragon Crossmen. Those are two big value pieces lost for Cathay. The entire game is now on the back of Zhao Ming, and he is a good boy. He has a cool cape. He looks super cool. He can't carry all this by himself. He just can't. And Earthblood's coming in for the Knights. More stuff's routing, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if army losses hit right about 3, a 2, a 1. Damn it, I missed it again! 1 and 2 for old Hummus, predicting the army losses. Oh god, the healthiest knight on the field is the Grail Knights. That's so bad. Big charge. Big charge, baby! Whee! Oh, the slaughter! Oh my god! They rout, their friends rout, their dog routes, their cat routes. Grail Knights blow through another Jade Warrior, and they're not even done yet. They're coming for these peasants. I can feel it in my bones. Come on. Charge these peasants. You know you want to. Okay, just shoot them with arrows then, you fucking cowards. Where's the honor of Bretonnia? That you won't even fight peasants with Grail Knights. Oh shit, here it is. Don't you army lost before the charge. Don't you blue ball me like this. Oh god, they're all dead. They're just all dead. And another charge. Oh, it just keeps going. There's the army losses. Fucking Grail Knights, man. GG. Longbow Riders got shredded. Zhao Ming did okay. Celestial Dragon Crossman also got murdered. Cannon did okay before it got outgunned. Jade Warriors, Jade Lancers did alright. Peasant Longspears did fine. Fae Enchantress, she actually didn't get that much value. She didn't have to do that much. She just stayed off screen and supported. Pegasus Knights paid for themselves, which is good. Grail Knights did fine. Not insane value out of them, but they were around. You know, they still had a ton of love left to give. Knights of the Realm did okay, and I think a lot of our value is going to be coming from archers. No, wow, this is just a very spread out damage value. Ah, okay, there we go. Trebuchet's got some pretty solid shots in. GG. Bretonnia and Cathay are knocked out for the series. Unless they both pick Bretonnia round 1. You can technically have the same thing round 1. Did he bang Marathi? No. What's the Malekith rant? Hammond, if you're still here, I'll give you the Malekith rant. Super short. Super short. Does Xiaoming get regen in multiplayer? No. But how do you even stop these Grail Knight charges? Ranged attacks and waiting for a C8 patch. For sure. For sure, Grail Knights are a little broken right now. And CA knows about it. We've been talking. They and the modding community disagree on what's wrong with it. I don't pretend to know who's right because I'm not big on, like, programming and stuff. It's just not something I know anything about. But CA knows they're not working correctly. So I would hope for a hot fix. Monster Symmetry backing Halberds. Could be. All right, let's look at Chaos Dwarves versus Bretonnia. Round 2. So both players must have first picked Bretonnia, which is the only time you can get a mirror. Anyway, the Malekith rant, super short. Super, super short. But how can I do it super short? Because you need the context. Okay. For anybody who's heard the Malekith rant, I am so sorry. We're going through the Malekith rant again. Very, very, very short. Malekith, in the Malice Darkblade books, is an idiot. Why? He gets introduced to Malice. Malice gets dragged into his courtroom. He says, who is this? Malice says, I'm Malice. Malekith says, what up, bro? High fives him. Marathi shows up and says, that boy has a demon in him. Malekith goes, what? Kill his ass. And Marathi goes, nah, don't do it. Malekith looks at her breasts, says, fine. Doesn't kill Malice. Then he goes, why am I not killing Malice? Marathi says, because there's a giant fucking Chaos Horde looking for him, and we need to use him as bait. And Malekith goes, gotcha, fam. Give him an army. Marathi goes, what? Malekith's greatest general goes, what? And Malekith goes, yeah, give him an army. Now me, the reader, and everyone in the book goes, what if Malice, the demon boy, just gives the army over to the Slaanesh cultists because it's a Slaanesh demon that's inside of him? What if he's working with them and we are just delivering our army into the clutches of death? Like, he'll lead them straight to their deaths. What if that happens, Malekith? Malekith says, shut up, bitch. Do it. Gives him an army. He goes north. He fights to save Grond. Malekith shows up later. Somehow, Malice didn't betray them, because you and I know he's a good person. Malekith doesn't know he's a good person, so Malekith is fucking stupid. But on his way north, Malekith's greatest general, Newark, and the best character in the whole book, talks to Malice. He says, hey, Malice, you don't understand how big Malekith's dick is. You're totally fucked, no matter what you do. This is all an elaborate trap. You can't get away, because you have an army at your back. So you will know where you go, and, like, we can track you down or whatever. You just don't realize how fucked you are. And if you lose the battle, you're fucked. And if you win the battle, we'll still have you, and you're fucked. Great. That's a cool speech to give, but it's not true. Because what Malice could have done is he could go north, charge the army into the enemy, say, I'm going back to the outpost to do some commander stuff, and instead of going back to the outpost, just riding away. Not the point. He didn't do that. He stayed for the siege. Now, there are 3 holes in Malekith's perfect plan that all take place in the book. 1, the army that is looking for Malice Darkblade finds him. At one point during the siege, the army finds him, they kidnap him, and take him outside the city. Malekith loses. That's a hole in your fucking plan. What if the army that showed up specifically to find Malice finds him? They could throw him on the back of a horse, ride him off into the Chaos Waste. You never see him again. Druchii lose. Fuck you. Nagaroth falls. Okay, but that doesn't happen because Malice is crafty. So Malice escapes from the demon host. Part 2 of your shitty plan, Malekith. What if he just rides away? He escapes from the demon host. He's outside the city, outside of the battle. The Dark Elf army is locked in the city. They can't get outside. He has spite. He has all of the relics he needs to free Tazarkan. He is big chillin'. But he goes back to the city anyway because he feels a duty to the Dark Elves. But he could have just rode away. So that's the second opportunity that Malekith's infallible plan follabled. Part 3. He kills the spooky big demon. He breaks the siege. He saves everyone. But Malekith is up with this guy on his dragon and busy cleaning up the rest of the demon host. Everybody's looking at Malice. Everybody's cheering his name. Malice says, nice, and rides away. Part 3 of your infallible plan. What if he just leaves? What are you going to do about it? Unless you are right there, right next to him, when he decides to leave, he is going to get away. And once he gets out in the middle of nowhere, you can't find him. Only you on your fucking dragon can catch up to him. So you would have to figure out where he goes, then go there. And since you're in Grond, which is super far north, he's probably going to go into the Chaos Waste right away. So he's going to be out of your rage like as soon as he fucking leaves. So part 3 of your stupid plan is what if he just fucking leaves? All of these things are so stupid. And he does. He just leaves. He escapes Malekith. And the book was trying to get you to understand that Malekith's this big brain asshole when it fell apart immediately. His plan was stupid. He was stupid. And through the whole fucking siege, just let the city fall. And he was just sitting there like, yes, My lords are infighting. This will make them stronger in the long term. You know what makes people weaker in the short term? Dying. All of you are going to die. Unless Malice puts on his main character plot armor and saves your bitch ass. Which he did, but you can't fucking count on that. So that's the Malekith rant. Is this what a stroke looks like? Maybe. Alright, where are we at? They're bugged, bad idea since Grail Knight, make it a long short instead of a super short. I don't even know if that's a real thing. Clappers in chat for the rant. Yeah, but that's all true. Like, I didn't make any of that up. That is all just shit that happens. Okay, so for anybody who watches all of the stream VODs or catches all of the streams live, that is the third time you've heard that, but hopefully I kept it short enough that you didn't have to suffer too much. Is there a Rise of Skywalker rant too? I watched the 7th Star Wars movie and then I fell off a cliff because the economics of space didn't make sense to me. That's a different rant we can do in the next build phase. It's not like a big funny rant like that one. I don't have too many crazy thoughts on it, but it's funny that the thing in Star Wars that got me to stop watching the movies was the economics in a space fantasy setting, which is like the dumbest reason to get turned off from Star Wars, I know, but I did. All right, the Chaos Dwarf army is set up, so I'll start casting that one. For Blood Penguin versus the Mighty Bretonnia is a Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. He is on top of a Lamasu, which gives him a Bound Enfeebling Foe and a Bound Withering, but for actual spells, he just took Burning Head. We have some Goblin Laborers and Infernal Ironsworn frontline with the Blazing Beards of Basrak. Now, these Chaos Dwarfs did take a severe nerf in the last patch, one that we don't talk about very often, but they lost all of their armor piercing on their blasting charges, which makes them significantly less threatening, especially against Bretonnia. So if you get your blasting charges off onto Knights, it's not going to do that much damage. We do have one Infernal Guard Fireglaves. While I love this unit thematically, and I love this unit visually, oh, and he's using the best color scheme. God damn it, Blood Penguin, you're such a Chad. I love these guys. They have recently been really struggling to fire and to do good damage, and also if you have Fate Immunity, you can just kill them. So I love that unit. I am sus on it. We have 2 Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons, another Chaos Dwarf Warrior, and some Hobgoblin Spear Riders. I am so worried that this Chaos Dwarf army is not it. This doesn't look like the sauce. So I think they're fucked. On the other side, we have 1 Grail Knight. The Companions of Quenel's Questing Knight, ROR, anti-large and armor piercing. More Questing Knights, and the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis Knight Errant ROR that gives them Frenzy. Peasant mobs, spearmen, peasant mobs, and spearmen. Then we have triple foot squire. No, it's 2 foot squires. Arm piercing, anti-infantry, so it'll get through like dwarf units relatively okay. Enchantress is here with Dwellers Below. That's probably going to be put on the Fireglaves as soon as possible. Earthblood and Regrowth also with her Mortis Engine and Chalice of Potions. There's also a random Men-at-Arms in the backfield that is now being ordered to take a supreme flank. I don't know why that's happening. That seems odd. Malekith isn't that great of a schemer. I think Marathi does all the work. That's probably true. Rocco would be an entire stream on its own. Join the stream being screamed at. Some of the lore stuff doesn't add up. Sounds like a normal Warhammer thing to me. Yeah. What are the Brett counter picks? Skaven's decent into them. Like, Skaven's decent. I misplayed my game, so I lost, but, like, in general, Poison Globes are pretty good against Grails, so you're fine. And if you didn't screw up your nets like a dumb asshole like I did, you'll be fine. But Brett doesn't have a lot of counters right now. Ogres actually do really well into Brett. Maneater spam seems to be quite strong. But Brett doesn't have a ton of counters. Grail Knights and Hippos are just a bit too strong. Anyway, we are getting set up here. Looks like the Bretonnians are thinking about taking a charge now as their peasants slowly waddle up to the Chaos Dwarf front line. Fireglaves are soon to be in range of something. Their range is rather impressive. They could maybe shoot at the Companions of Quenelles about now. It looks like that's what they're lining up to do. Let's see how much damage those boys do. Because this is the only armor-piercing ranged that the Chaos Dwarves have in this build, so they're going to have to do a lot of work. That was pretty mid at best, and now they need to try and dodge the Chalice of Potions, which they are. But does it curve to go get them anyway? No, it curves the other way, so it misses entirely. Nice dodge. I shouldn't say miss, it was a nice dodge. Fireglaves are now going to tee off onto the Foot Squires, just for some free damage while they wait for the Knights to come back in range. But those Fireglaves not doing enough damage to really justify how expensive they are. I'm a little disappointed in my favorite unit. God damn, that is not enough damage, because that was mixed with a blasting charge shot. Sad. Alright, Bull Centaur Renders plus Infernal Ironsworn are going to be fighting against the Defenders of Fleur-de-Lis. This will be a really good fight for the Chaos Dwarves. The Defenders need to get out of here. Infernal Ironsworn are really good melee combatants. There's as well as below we mentioned, but again, Blood Penguin is on top of his micro. He is getting these guys out of here. So the Infernal Guard are running away. Infernal Ironsworn getting charged by Grail Knights and the Companions of Quenelles. Surprisingly not a ton of damage onto them just yet. Bull Centaur Renders get a counter charge, and we'll need a Burning Head down here or something to get rid of these peasant mobs and really just leave the Knights on their own. What the fuck is that? The Withering. Okay. Why did that look like a buff? That effect looked like a buff to me, but whatever. Withering brings the Grail Knights down to 90 armor. They just opt out of the fight, but that's okay. That shit happens. Fireglaves are attacked by questing knights. Hobgoblin Wolf Riders try to rear charge them, though that's not that threatening of a concept. Infernal Guard with Fireglaves technically are an armor-piercing anti-large halberd type unit in melee, but being a hybrid unit, they tend to just take a lot of damage. Anywho, Big Burning Head! Yes, we wanted it! Oh, 3 peasant units just churned into butter. The bread has been buttered and consumed by the Chaos Dwarves. Goddamn. That was a good one. And the Source of Profit comes back. Infernal Fireglaves are out and about, safe once again to live their best lives, and ah, fuck, more Knights are coming their way. Vial of Hashut makes them weak to fire. The Infernal Guard do fire damage in melee, so maybe that'll be good. Maybe. Bull Centaur Renders with the great weapons continue to fight. Enfeebling Foe and the Grail Knights were lowering their melee stats to 20 and 11. And the Chaos Dwarves are up on the bounce power, and they're very up on damage value. Oh, wow, I'm actually kind of surprised. Just watching that as the game's been going, I kind of would have assumed Bretonnia was doing fine. But a very nice charge on the rear here from the Chaos Dwarf Bull Centaur Render great weapons. Routes off the Grail Knights, and they are getting Earthblood now as they route off the map, but I would expect Penguin to not let them come back. And how is Bretonnia doing? We have a full health questing knight just now joining the fight. They must have been forgotten, which is a huge mistake. And one I admitted to making recently, like shit happens, but those knights joining really late on the party, allowing the Bull Centaur Renders to fight one by one rather than having to deal with a whole bunch of threats at once. Bull Centaur Renders are getting worn down though as another huge Burning Head comes through to rout off more peasants and some friendly fire and goblin laborers, but the Burning Head mercifully curves around them. God damn. Burning Head's been curving a lot recently. And things are getting scary for Bretonnia as Grail Knights rejoin the... Oh, Questing Knights rejoin the fight to fight some Infernal Guard. Grail Knights are also trying to come back. Faye Enchantress is chucking out more healing to try and keep her faction in the game. But where are those Men-at-Arms? Why are they all the way over here? Was it an extra unit that he wasn't supposed to bring? Did he have too many Spear Men-at-Arms or something? No? I don't know why this Men-at-Arm was put all the way over here. That just seems so weird to me. I'm sure there's a reason. Like, Race is not a dog shit player or anything. It's not like he just... Like, I don't know. If it was a mistake, it's a rare mistake for him to make, but it seemed so intentional for him to order them all the way over there and then just stand there. What is the way for Bretonnia out of this? Well, the balance of power is significantly favoring these triple elite units. 2 Chaos Dwarf Ironsworn things, and then a Chaos Dwarf Warrior. I thought that was the Blazing Beards, but Blazing Beards are actually super injured. So if the Fae Enchantress can just sit here and Mortis Engine those guys down, those units really don't matter that much. Another Burning Head goes through these units trying to get rid of them. Because the Chaos Dwarf threat pieces, like the Bull Centaur Renders, are mostly dead. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves are mostly dead. So if most of your power is just an infantry, the Fae Enchantress can just lick her lips, rub her little shitty hands together, and slurp them all to death. Though I suppose she has taken some nerfs, so she doesn't want to just sit in front of Ironsworn. She'll need, like, peasants or some kind of support. Sorcerer Prophet of Fire is also healthy and very expensive, so that is definitely jacking up the balance of power. And him currently surrounded by Questing Knights, it is not going well for him at all. What is Sorceress Miasma? What does that even do? Oh, no magical attacks. Okay, who gives a shit about that? But the Questing Knights are currently getting really big damage down on that Sorcerer Prophet, whose Healing Chalice is on cooldown, so he didn't get a heal off that Earthblood. Infernal Guard and Fireglaves are getting pushed off. Fey Enchantress continues to slurp her way through all these Ironsworn, but now the Questing Knights are stuck fighting Ironsworn themselves. With no support, they will get quickly pushed off. There, the Men-at-Arms are coming, so they must have just been forgotten. It wasn't like a rule break or anything that he had to get rid of those units. Companions of Quenelles trying to maintain their leadership just barely as they chase off the Bull Centaur Renders. Grail Knights need to rejoin this fight, even though they are supremely wounded. Chaos Dwarves are shattering off on every side. The Fey Enchantress, Mists of the Lady, are trying to do their work, but it feels, yeah, her Mortis Engine hasn't felt nearly as impactful in Game 3. I think it took some nerfs, and now it's like one of the weaker Mortis Engines in the game, and Ultra Unit Size made it a little tougher for her. Bretonnia only has a shot if they somehow snipe out the Sorcerer Prophet, but if he's allowed to live, then he's just going to follow the Fey Enchantress around. We can see he's getting big damage on her already, and there's not a whole lot she can do about it. Another Burning Head trying to rout the Spearmen at Arms, just keep the Fey without any support whatsoever. And she still struggles to get away from this big man, but she manages it. Her 95 speed should keep her safe. She can regroup with her Grail Knights and maybe give them some healing if she has it. But the fledgling Grail Relique, doing its best to fight back the hordes of Chaos Dwarves, will fall beneath the spooky gaze of the Sorcerer Prophet. Grail Knights are going for a rear charge on him, though, and this is quite smart, but oh, wow, something had blasting charges and hit them on the way in, kind of disrupted their charge a lot. They still get decent damage down, but that heal from the Fey Enchantress is actually going to heal him up more than it heals the Knights of Bretonnia. So that Earthblood ended up helping him. Not that there's too much Race could have done about it. I mean, that Sorcerer Prophet was going to get away regardless, so might as well heal the Grail Knights because they're going to rout. Sorcerer Prophet is back in. He charges the Fey Enchantress. She manages to slip away. I don't think there is any hope for Bretonnia at this point, though. They just have nothing left. The Fey is not enough, and this Burning Head should seal the deal, getting rid of her last peasant support. That's big damage, and without them, she is stuck fighting the Infernal Ironsworn alone. The game calls army losses, and I tend to agree. GG for the Chaos Dwarves. I supremely doubted their build, but I should never doubt Blood Penguin. I should never doubt the Penguin of Blood. What did they do to Bretonnian Shorfs? That is way too long, Tiago, to go into. They gave Bretonnia an overall faction rework. Who's your favorite Dark Elf character lore-wise? Brandon, I'll answer that in a second. Malekith orchestrated the entire War of the Beard? Yeah. I just know in the Malice Darkblade books, he seems stupid and makes no sense. Like, the Malekith you are presented with in those books is not very bright. For Bretonnia, Fey Enchantress did very well, 3,000 damage value. Even if her Mortis Engine is nerfed, it still was doing pretty good work against all those Ironsworn, apparently. Peasants all died horrifically. Questing Knights mixed value overall. Sorcerer Prophet of Fire did 2,300 damage value. He did all right. Bull Centaur Renders with great weapons did fine, but the Infernal Ironsworn really carried the day with some impressive values, and the Blazing Beards of Bazarok also matching in Infernal Ironsworn values. Quite good. And the Fireglaves managed to get 1,700 value sneakily. Snuck it in there. So overall, good stuff from Blood Penguin. And they did good. Lance formation should always be used, because if your Grail Knights are melee, you're using them wrong. Yeah. Okay. Who's your favorite Dark Elf character lore-wise? I do still have to answer that, but first I find the other semi-final. It is Sabrus Regnum versus Rainy Frog. The Frog of the Rains! I don't see a lobby that looks super obvious, so I'll message them. Damn it, Rainy Frog, I was just typing to you. Where are you? Got a lobby? Hopefully they've done their picks and bans already. Forge World Gantz. I see, I see. I think Sabrus Regnum is a pretty heavy favorite in this matchup between these two. He is a quite good player. And Rainy Frog, I love your spirit, I love your passion, but you are relatively new to our tournament scene. Got to cast some of your new player land battle tournament games. But I'd still think this is a quite uphill fight for you, my friend. I hope you can take a game. I think that would be considered like a moral victory for you, is if you can take a game, because Sabrus is tough. But we'll see. I'm always ready for a good old upset. This VOD's Rainy Frog goes up against, I believe, people have told me Sabrus is BBB, but he doesn't have the tag on, so I just didn't type it yet. But I believe it's BBB Sabrus. Okay, y'all are being weird, so I'm going to just ignore that conversation. Brandon asked, who's your favorite Dark Elf character lore-wise? Probably... I really like Malekith's... He's not a main character, but I really like Nuark, Malekith's first general. For some reason, in the end times, Nuark's just gone. I don't know what happened to him. He probably died in a comic strip or something, but like the omnibuses are not very good at telling you the story of the side characters, especially the end times. I was talking to somebody about it in a voice chat last night, but the Deathblade book so far is fine as a story, but it just like disregarded all the side characters in the previous books and got rid of them, and then like Malekith held his war council with a bunch of people you've never heard of, and I'm like, are they just introducing these people so that they can die in this book? You don't have to care about them, because anyway, like, because he got a new general that's not Nuark, and he mentioned the previous general, also not Nuark, died. I'm like, well, then what happened to this guy you established in the previous book? Anyway, I like Nuark because most Dark Elves character flaw, and it's like a racial flaw that they have, like it's decent writing, like this is a stated weakness of the race, is like their pride, and they get very frequently kind of Skaven-esque in fighting each other rather than the true enemy. So that sort of thing. Nuark is like super loyal to Malekith. He will acknowledge Malekith makes mistakes, and he'll acknowledge Malekith can be annoying and eccentric and stuff, but he's just like, but he's my lord, so I stick by him. And he's like just competent, weary, brave, and he's always at like the front of the fighting. He never shies away from anything. I don't know. I like Nuark a lot. He was a good side character to Malice. And like he also was the only character that after a while recognized that Malice seemed to be the only person that gave a shit about saving the city and saving Nagaroth. So he started helping Malice even at like the risk of going against Malekith's wishes, because he's just like the only Dark Elf that doesn't have his head so far as up his own ass that he could acknowledge that they are in fucking danger. So I really like Nuark. He was cool. Anyway, we do have the classic Sabrus formation. If you haven't seen Sabrus before, he does like a lot of heavy box or multi-layered box type builds, especially his Tomb Kings. He was very fond of this particular formation. Tomb Guards with Halberds, a bunch of Skeleton Spearmen, and Warriors deployed in layers, so you have to work your way through them. We do have the Chosen of the Gods who shop to Great Bow ROR, Eyes of the Desert Sparkle Stalker ROR, Sphinx of Usef, Necrosphinx ROR, and then you have Katep to spam a bunch of cheap spells and heal up the whole army. Then you have a Deathcaster to give more Winds of Magic through his item, and Fate of Bune and Spirit Leech just in case of Horned Ones or something. This is a pretty classic Sabrus build. On the other side, for Rainy Frog and Lizardmen, we have some Skink Skirmishers, the Temple Guard, Star Chamber Guardians. We have 2 Ancient Salamanders, a Bastillon with Rev Crystal, plus a Life Slime with only Regrowth. Then we have some Feral Cold Ones and Cold Ones Spear Riders. Overall, I like the build. I like the deployment. It's pretty neat. I don't love the Star Chamber Guardians, but I know Rainy Frog keeps taking them, so maybe he just enjoys them, and that's what he's going to do with his day, and I guess that's fine. I also hate Cold One Spear Riders, but I'm a mega Cold One Spear Rider hater. I fucking hate that unit. I think it's garbage. So Ancient Salamanders, working through that front line pretty good. and now turning their focus onto the secondary line already. Chosen of the Gods are trying to punish the Ancient Salamander, and while it is getting decent damage off, the Revivification Crystal and the Regrowth Slaanesh should be able to help it out quite a bit. I think the Chosen of the Gods should probably be focusing down the Temple Guard. Their spread arrows are much better against things like that. I don't know what's going to stop the Sphinx of Usef. Maybe Coldland Spear Riders, but again, if they cluster up around that thing, they're just going to get one-tapped by the Chosen of the Gods, or even the Sparkle Stalkers will deal with them. And a little bit too much clustering up of the Skink cohorts. They are overlapping, making them fresh fish for spells if there were any damage spells to punish them. Now this build doesn't have them, so that's fine, but I'm noting this in the future so that if Rainy Frog watches it back, they can take the advice and change if they feel like it. So far this is actually going pretty good though. Really nice execution from him, and I'm already seeing some good improvements over his first showing on my channel, so good stuff out there, Mr. Frog. First line of Skeleton Warriors is getting broken. The secondary line of them is now getting activated and thrown in. The Fate of Buna is down on the Star Chamber Guardians. They will need a regrowth or something to heal them up, and it looks like something of the sort is coming in now. Counteract that Fate of Buna. There it is. Nice regrowth. Good job. Good job. Other Ancient Salamander still firing in. Lizardmen are doing okay. Damage value starting to favor the Tomb Kings, as it does. But if some of these Feral Cold ones, if some of these flanking Feral Cold ones can get onto the Sparkle Stalkers, that would be huge. And I hope they do that, but it looks like they're actually just going to get a rear charge onto the Spearmen. That's downhill. I guess it's okay, but they're still Spearmen, and your Feral Cold ones aren't getting that much done there. Revivification Crystal could also be running in here for Zone Disruption, and it needs to be throwing out its heals, which is difficult. Yeah, it has all of its heals. It needs to be throwing those out much more aggressively. I know Cathay is resetting your cooldowns every once in a while, but you got a regrowth off, so I have to assume there was a point where you could cast something, and you gotta cast those pretty much on cooldown. Because it's very difficult to get all 7 heals out in a normal game, so if you're forgetting them and your cooldowns are getting reset, you're going to have a very hard time getting this unit to pay for itself. So Feral Cold ones are rampaging. The second line of Skeleton Spearmen and Warriors is falling apart, so the third line for Sabrus is now getting brought up. Chosen the Gods are running out of ammunition. The Sparkle Stalkers have plenty, but they are stuck in melee combat. Coldland Spear Riders diving back in. And the Lizardmen, their damage value isn't that high, even though I think something's bugged about that, because like they've cleared out way more than 1,500 gold's worth of stuff. So something about that is some honky bullshit, but whatever. They're doing fine. The Temple Guards are actually rather difficult for this particular Tomb Kings build to deal with. Please tell me you've used your Revivification Crystal by now. God damn it, dude, you need to use it, please. Please, you're doing so well. Use your Rev Crystal. There it goes. Onto the Star Chamber Guardians. Very nice. Now, we do need something to be done here. This Necrosphinx is fighting the Bastiladon, and that is extremely bad for the Lizardmen. It looks like we have some Cold One units coming in here to do some good damage, so that is nice, nice, nice. And the Temple Guard plus some Cold One Spear Riders are getting onto the Eyes of the Desert, doing good damage to them. Because these Ushapti Great Bows don't need to be shut down anymore. They're just subpar melee Ushapti without any ammunition. We have Cold One Spear Riders on the high ground. They could get a rear charge onto the Sparkle Stalkers, but it looks like their micro is slipping just a little bit. And overall, I'm concerned that the balance of power is a little too aggro on our lizard friends, as the Bastiladon needs to fall back. There's a ton of Spear Riders here surrounding it. This is a great play so far for Lizardmen, but that Rev Crystal needs to fall back. Needs to just get some healing from the Salon and provide its healing to other units. The Lizardmen need to prolong this game at this point. They don't want it to end soon. The balance of power is their worst enemy, but they have more healing than the Tomb Kings at this point, so they just gotta ride it out. They just gotta ride it out. You have Skinks with a ton of ammunition that should be shooting at either the Sphinx of Usef or maybe some of these guys. You have Star Chamber Guardians who are bumping and grinding with the best of them. Things are going well for you, honestly, if you can stall. Where's that other Salamander? I thought he would have rallied by now. Weird. Did he run all the way off the map? That's so strange. Okay, well, I guess that Salamander's fucking dead. A Spirit Leech from the Deathcaster onto the Bastiladon as it falls back. If you have a regrowth, you should probably go onto this Bastiladon, and the Bastiladon can heal up the Ancient Salamander. Wherever those Cold One Spear Riders are, or these Skink Skirmishers, I don't know what they're shooting at, but they do need to turn and fire at this big boy. They will do a lot of damage to him. So with 4 Skink Skirmishers in the area, you could do a significant amount of damage to the Sphinx of Usef, so that needs to be done. Some little improvements here that hopefully Rainy Frog can take if he watches this back at any point. Star Chamber Guardians continuing to bump and grind, doing very, very well, but these Cold One Spear Riders, they either need to focus on Sparkle Stalkers or just leave this fight entirely, because things are not going that well for them. As the Skink Skirmishers line up trying to do something, the Rev Crystal does get off a heal onto the Salamander. The Salon Mage Priest is running away from the Sphinx of Usef. And we need a regrowth on the Bastiladon. He is so close to routing. Skinks and Star Chamber Guardians are holding most of the Tomb Kings at bay, and the Sporkle Stalkers have eked out of that scary situation. They are now firing onto the Rev Crystal, and the Skink Skirmishers are getting thrown into melee instead of firing at the Sphinx. Oof, that is a mistake that's going to come back to haunt the Lizardmen. And the Spirit Lead should finish off that guy. I don't think he can rally. I think if you even get a regrowth now, it'll take too long to cast it. He'll die or shatter before it really hits. Sphinx of Usef taking a ton of damage. It is trying to get back towards its lines. Sparkle Stalkers really teeing off into that Ancient Salamander, doing incredible damage to him, getting the bounce power lower and lower. And at this point, I am starting to think that the Lizardmen are a bit doomed. Just some mistakes that can be polished up in subsequent runs. I liked the build overall. I feel like you executed it actually pretty well overall. Just some key mistakes hurting you in late game situations. And I don't know where the fuck that second Salamander went. Like, I was sure he was going to rally. So we still have a ton of shooty Skinks. Star Chamber Guardians continuing to scrap it out. Cathay at full HP is inflating that balance of power quite a bit. Sporkle Stalkers maybe going to get caught out here with the Skink Skirmishers nearby. Hopefully firing. Did these guys not have Fire at Will on? Because they need to have Fire at Will on. There's no way they have that much ammo left this late in the game. But if you can snipe out the Sporkle Stalkers, maybe you keep this balance of power from going super far against you. Because Cathay is artificially inflating this balance of power so much. Like him being full HP and a caster, the game's like, he can carry it. Which is not true at all. Somehow these Skink Skirmishers terror routed just from existing. And as soon as that Sphinx lands one hit onto that Slaanesh, this game is going to be over. There's the hit. Is it true? Nah, no, he needs 2 hits. There's the second hit. Really? Oh man, I thought Bounce Power was going to take him out. Yeah, too much stuff's routing though. Lizardmen are mega doomed. There's the shift in the bounce power. So the Temple Guard did better than I would have thought. Yeah, I didn't mind that pick, actually. Fate of Buna didn't fuck him up nearly as much as I thought it would. One of the Sallies only got 200 value, 1,100 on the other one. Star Chamber Guardians 2,000, very nice. Slaanesh got 0. Rev Crystal didn't get very much, but he was just kind of supporting. Cold One Spear Riders failed us yet again. God damn it, I hate Cold One Spear Riders. They're such a fucking trash unit. Skink Skirmishers did okay. Skink Hordes did fine. On the other side for Sabrus, Cathay got a whopping 49 value, just resetting everybody's cooldowns and healing stuff. Spirit Leech and Fate of Unicaster got about 900. Sphinx of Usef did great. Sparkle Stalkers did great. Shop to Great Aurora did great. Tomb Guard did fine. Skeleton Spearmen did well. Skeleton Warriors mostly died. How'd you balance Chaos Dwarf trains? They should do a lot worse in duels. I'm fine with them doing really well against cavalry and infantry, but they should not have very high single target weapon strength. Okay, sorry, I was just catching up on the chat. How would you balance Church Chains? I already answered that. Lizard should have won. Yeah. I mean, there's some mistakes. New player made some mistakes. Not super shocking. This is the only way for them to lose that? I don't think that Rainy Frog was confident he could dodge with the Salamanders very well versus the Ushapti Great Bows. But I suppose they're the ROR Great Bows, so yeah. Range could have been your friend. Yay, Dwarves box now? Maybe. Versus Vampire counts? Maybe not, but Sabrus do be doing a lot of boxes in his days. Grand Cathay, High Elves, Dwarves, Tomb Kings tends to play a lot of box blob type builds. He's good at them, but that is what it is. Is there a way to make a Dwarven time? Hell yeah, dude. The way Cal Harmon plays Dwarves, Caradoc plays Dwarves, and the way I used to play Dwarves, but I don't play Dwarves much anymore. You would take... Back before Rune Magic existed, because now you just kind of need to take it, otherwise you're leaving money on the table. Take a cheap Lord, maybe Belagar, maybe Grombrindle, back before he got a bunch of nerfs in a row. And then crap ton of Miners with Blasting Charges, Dwarf Warriors, Quarrelers, Thunderers, maybe a cannon or two, and like 1 or 2 Slayers in the backfield. And it's like a super wide, spaced out Dwarven... I kind of call it like a Isengard build, because it looks a lot like that Isengard Legion on their way to Helm's Deep. It's viable, but the balance decisions that have been made over the course of time for the Dwarves has so heavily incentivized boxing, where it's like Thoric has some insane AoE vigor buffs and leadership buffs. And then the Rune Magic, you want your opponent to blob up as much as possible. And then they made Chariots much worse. Now Chariots are better, and I haven't seen so much Dwarves since Chariots are better, but last patch, right, when Chariots sucked ass, you don't have anything to get in there and disrupt a box, disrupt ranged units, break their charge defense. So just blobbing up with Felix healing everybody and Thoric giving everybody perfect vigor. You're just so heavily incentivized to stand in a little blob. It sucked. All right, for the many nerfed vampire count mains out there, prepare for a bad time. We have 4 Vargeists and 2 Fellbats. That's fine. Vargeists are a really good unit in this matchup. I forget if the flying cap is 5 or 6. I honestly keep forgetting that. I know the ranged flying cap is 5 and not 6, but I don't remember if the flying cap is 5 and not 6. I'll leave the Hanedans to deal with that. We'll also deal with it if this game even... like, if the vampire counts even win this game, which I significantly doubt, because this is a very good counter vampire counts build. Sabers has been running stuff like this for a while. He keeps changing little things about it, but the general premise is really solid, especially since the nerfs. Anyway, 2 Crypt Horrors, some Skeleton Warriors, Graveguard, Skeleton Warriors, and Graveguard, and Vlad von Karstein. With Wind of Death, Zombie Summon, Van Hell's Dance Macabre, and Invocation Deck. On the other side, for Sabers and the Dwarves, we have Miners and Miners with Blasting Charges. We have 5 Thunderers and 5 Iron Drakes with Trollhammer Torpedoes spaced out. We have Thoric Ironbrow with his Explosion, Rune of Doom, the the global melee attack and Fear Rune, and then the Slow, and some more Miners on the flanks. But it's just a ton of pew-pew. This is quite effective against vampire counts these days. After all the nerfs and things, you usually just want to outshoot them and kill them. I think you mean Vladdy Daddy. The most mind-numbing thing is that dwarves don't use Superior Alberts. You take everything back, this is a great build. Winds of Death has felt so pathetic since its nerfs, man. It was already kind of a pathetic spell, and then I think it got nerfed. I don't know why. Counts are moving in. I never thought I would see the day, but I really do want some vampire counts buffs. But like, I liked the nerfs that were done. The nerfs were very appropriate, but I think the vampire counts need some buffs besides like, because they nerfed the shit out of heal blob, and you're like, cool. But can we do anything? Like, there's a reason people kept fucking heal blobbing on vampire counts, because the rest of their stuff sucks ass. And CA was like, we'll take away heal blob. End of sentence. So I don't know. I think counts have been really struggling since the nerfs. Vlad is charging in, taking some serious damage from the Thunderers on his way. He probably needs to pop his Von Karstein ring for that 60% damage resistance, but it looks like he has not popped that just yet. So he is down to about half HP as the Thunderers continue to smoke him. Skeleton Warriors getting murked by the blasting charges. And Thunderers plus Iron Drake Trollhammer Torpedoes are going to shoot at Vargeist. I need to... And the Vargeists are here, but this is very similar to my Skaven strategy versus like Dark Elves. is layers. So it's like, yeah, you're disrupting these troll hammers and thunderers, but meanwhile you're going to get shot by more troll hammers and more thunderers, and you just punish them on top of your ranged units. It's like the original intensity guns defend guns before the Vampire Coast got some serious nerfs to their handgun mobs. He used to do this kind of thing a lot. Already one Vargeist is almost dead. The other is at half HP. Fellbats both at half HP. Vlad is struggling a little bit, and Thoric throws down his Rune of Doom, giving everybody a shit ton of melee attack, but also fear, raising their leadership because now they don't suffer from the fear penalties of the Vargeist. Another Vargeist is failing. Dwarves are up 5,000 to 2,000 damage value in a 2-minute long game. And this is the brutality of this matchup, because it was already a tough matchup if you're fighting Sabrus, because he was always quite good at this matchup, even when counts were stronger. And now that counts got nerfs, I don't know if you can beat Sabrus in this matchup. Like, I just don't think you can. I'll believe it when I see it, but I would personally, anytime I see anybody pick vampire counts into Sabrus' Dwarves, I'm going with the Dwarven W. Vargeist knocked out. That is the last of them dying. Yeah, last of the Vargeist is dead. Fellbats are all dead. The one dog unit is still fighting some stuff. Vlad is currently getting shot at by a lot of stuff. They honestly should probably be shooting at the Crypt Horrors, but they're still getting decent damage just by volume of fire onto Vlad. I am almost concerned about them friendly firing Thoric into the dirt with how close Vlad is to him, and Vlad's a foot character. But yeah, he overcast something somewhere, or he just undercast it in Thoric's bullshit ass. If you cast magic near me, you take damage, thing hurt him. Either way, he gets hurt. He gets nuked down. Without him, army losses is going to hit for the vampire counts. As soon as he actually fades away, army loss is going to hit for sure. There we go. Oh, there's a full health Crypt Horror over there. Didn't even notice him. I just heard a Wind of Death go off, but I didn't see it, and it's over. Malignard, that's fair, that's fair. This looks like a short battle. Haha. But yeah. Mass Trollhammer Torpedoes and Thunderers is very, very good against vampire counts. And Miners filling out the roster. Are Miners the same unit, or are they different units? Huh, curious. Anyway, Vlad got only 26 damage value. His Vargeist's not too good either. They got nuked instantly, and just like nothing is going to pay for itself on the roster. God damn. So now we have to go find a Blood Penguin and Sabrus. We'll probably just stay here. Okay, yeah, they are a variant. Huh, thought Miners would be the same unit. So we'll just stay here. Sabrus is the host, so we can just invite Blood Penguin. 0. This will be finals. I believe it is a best of 5. Do you think heal cap should scale down with lower unit size, or which should be a pro nerf to healing? I honestly really don't. Healing was already super fucking strong on Warhammer 2 when it was just flat numbers, like Earthblood heals 150 or whatever. And then they changed it to percentage, and that was just the stupidest fucking thing. Because if you change it to percentage, and then you go to Ultra, so everybody's health bar gets bigger, healing heals a lot more. So then it gets more meta, and it's just like, okay, I don't know what the idea was here at CA, but why are we on Ultra, for God's sakes? So, don't know. But probably just lower the fucking numbers across the board. Because you could lower the heal cap, but then the problem with that is you're just going to heal cap more things. Which is like, it's still a nerf, and I do understand that, but I think the overall frustration people have is not being able to punish mistakes because it just gets healed off instantly. Like earlier, Blood Penguin diving Karl Franz into my Maneater Pistol ROR, and they apparently murked him, but he was typing to me and he cast an Earthblood and a Regrowth on Franz when he did that. so I couldn't like kill him, and that quote unquote mistake wasn't punished. Or like people that fight high elves and Imric dives in, gets surrounded, gets shot a bunch, he walks out, gets up into the sky, and one overcasted regrowth, and his health bar is full again. It's like, okay, well, that didn't matter. So it just sucks. Like, healing needs to exist, and I understand that, but the current state it's in, it's just really frustrating. Like, that's one of the reasons Bretonnia is so OP, is, you know, you bring Grail Knights, they can roll through anything, but if they ever make a goddamn mistake and you punish it, regrowth, Earthblood, they're nearly heal capped. They'll keep fighting to the very end, and you're just like, Jesus Christ. Why aren't mistakes punishable? Because healing. You don't understand why they nerf things through the floor. You don't understand why some people want stuff to be extremely overpowered. I get that. I don't know. My balanced philosophy on campaign is just let campaign shit be OP if you want it to be, because the AI is never going to use OP stuff correctly. So if you want a super fun OP toy in a sandbox game, go for it. Seems fine by me. I don't know. There's just weird stuff. Like for me, I know vampire counts need buffs. I know they do. And crumbling is actually in a decent spot for now. Crumbling's fine. But in the past, I've had this conversation, and it's largely how I feel about campaign versus multiplayer overall, is like something like crumbling. People complained forever that crumbling was too slow to CA. And CA went into game 3, and they gave all undead units leadership buffs. So they would crumble slower and less often. So crumbling was double worse. And ultra unit size. So crumbling is a flat number, it's not a percentage. So you have more health, which takes you more time to crumble through. You crumble less frequently, and you crumble less intensely. Well, that was fucking stupid. And then you saw the undead meta for a very long time. More so in domination than land battles, but a bit in both. Coast, Tomb Kings, vampire counts. And in domination, Tomb Kings, vampire counts. I guess Coast also with bat spam, but whatever. Doesn't matter. So that was stupid. That was a stupid fucking thing. And CA made a post about it. They made a specific post because in one of their big patches, I think it was Immortal Empires or something, don't remember. In one of their big patches, they didn't nerf crumbling. And they specifically said, demonic instability is supposed to be fast and punishing. Crumbling is supposed to be slow, like a slow slog to the death. It's thematic for the faction. Cool, but you can make it a little less slow. And counterpoint, who the fuck enjoys slow crumbling? And that is a serious question. What campaign player is playing against undead with the slow crumbling? Again, this patch it's fine, but I'm talking about in the past. Like, who plays against slow crumbling? They're against it, and they're like, oh yeah, slow crumbling, give me more. Yeah, they're taking like no damage over time. Yeah, I have to kill every single model manually. Duh, peak gameplay. Like, who the fuck says that? Nobody. It was stupid. And then on the other side, what vampire counts player goes, no. I love how slowly my units crumble. It's perfect. Don't give me any damage buffs. Don't make any of my units do any damage. Keep crumbling super slow. I love my units dying so slowly. It's perfect. Like, I just don't understand who it was for. Because it felt like nobody wanted it. At least nobody I talked to wanted it. Everybody I talked to wants vampire counts buffs on Blood Knights, Black Knights a bit, Graveguard a bit. Give Graveguard a halberd variant for the love of God. Buff other lords besides the Blood Dragon Lord. Nerf the Blood Dragon Lord. Buff a lot of the vampire spells that aren't fucking Invocation into Heck and the Zombie Summon. Like, and nerf crumbling. Like, I legitimately didn't talk to a single vampire counts main that was like, you know, crumbling's fine. They were, like, their response was always, don't nerf crumbling without buffing other stuff because our faction's dog shit right now. And then CA nerfed crumbling and didn't buff anything else, and now vampire counts are struggling really hard. But, yeah. Alright, best of 5 will start soon. They're just doing that pick and ban at the very start. So It's lore correct, but who gives a shit? Like, it just is bad gameplay, in my opinion. I don't think anybody enjoys super slow crumbling. Like, crumbling can be slow, but not as awful as it was before. And I think now it's in a pretty good spot. Like, crumbling still takes forever to die, but at least feels impactful. So crumbling's currently in a good spot. But I just meant the argument against it earlier by CA was really dumb. CA should just buff Lord stat lines or tech trees in campaign if they nerf something, changing the value somewhere beyond them. Yeah. Did they take something away from multiplayer reasons, give a tech or a skill item in campaign allows you to get it back? Yeah, that seems fine too. Killing lords and necromancers lords basically just meant death for the whole army instantly. True. Demonic stability is nothing compared to how fast lore crumbling is. Yeah. And it's like, you could be thematic, but also be fun. And I think crumbling just wasn't fun. I think crumbling's in a good state right now, but now vampire counts need some buffs in other places. It's like, all right, you took out the unfun portion, and I do appreciate that. But you need to add back in some agency. Yeah, Grieven. And I understand their point for that too. Demonic instability should be much faster than crumbling. And I actually had a bit of a revelation while talking to somebody. It might have been Cool Umbrella, but I was talking to somebody about it. And demonic instability, it feels like it's treated as a buff. Because if you look at a lot of the demonic units that have demonic instability, right? They're kind of ridiculously overcosted. Like, if you compare Bloodletters to anything else, they're 800 gold. They're super squishy. And if they get to half HP, they're just going to fucking crumble away. And it doesn't make sense. It's across the board. Demonettes are the same way. Plague Bears are honestly the same way. Plague Toads, Flesh Hounds, Furies. Furies are a huge one. Furies are like 500 or 600 gold. And if you even look at them the wrong way, they crumble. And I feel like demonic instability, for some reason, is a cost increase measure, right? If like CA is factoring in this unit exists, how much should it cost? It feels like when they look at demonic instability, like, oh, well, it has that plus 100 gold. Like, that's so good. It's so good that they die instantly. And I'd understand that. The only way I can think about it is it's good for domination. When a unit kills itself, you can resummon it rather than it routing. But still, they crumble so much faster than the undead that, like, Bloodletters are shit at holding a point. Demonettes are shit at holding a point. They just, like, show up and die instantly. So it feels like they shouldn't pay that much more for them. And in campaign, it's fucking terrible when one of your units' demonic instability crumbles, because you just lose the unit. So I don't know. It seems stupid, is all I'm trying to say, is that it's, like, factored in at a price point range that it increases their price. Because all demonic stuff is that way. And if you want to see the most of it, look at Lords. Lords cost for the demonic units makes no sense. Every Herald of blank is wildly overcosted. Just completely wildly overcosted for what it does. Exalted blanks of blank, usually overcosted. They're less bad than the Heralds as far as the overcost goes, but it does feel like every demonic thing is paying plus X amount of gold for demonic when it should be minus X amount of gold for demonic. Because in land battles and campaign, demonic instability is a nerf. It's not a buff, but it's treated like a buff. And in domination, I would even argue that it's mixed, right? Like, yes, it's nice you can resummon them quickly because they off themselves, but it's bad because they can't hold a point. So, don't know. But the demonic units across the board do just need a slash in price. Nurglings probably should be only 300, maybe 250, but probably just 300. Blue Horrors of Zinc are honestly fine. Those are a fine unit at 500. Pink Horrors of 700, again, fine. Plague Bearers probably could be a 600 gold unit. Bloodletters probably 700. Demonettes, 600, 650. Plague Toads, 500, 600, maybe, but 500, 550. Rotflies. Rotflies are fucking 900 gold. Make them 750 or some shit. I don't know why they're that expensive. Seekers of Slaanesh, 1,000. Seekers of Slaanesh are 1,000 gold. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. The way the unit currently performs, it's like an 850 gold unit. Tops. So stupid how expensive it is. But everything's paying for that demonic instability for some reason. Anyway, those are my thoughts on it. Remember that the end times happened. We don't want that to be lore friendly. Lore accurate. Yeah. Then we have Kairos, who literally never deals with demonic instability. Leadership in this game is an entirely different matter. I feel like it's gotten more stable recently-ish, but leadership in Warhammer 3 still has some wild fucking spikes. Like, you can go from -10 to +30 in the blink of an eye with no abilities, just based on how the game feels like you're doing at that moment in time, and it's just really weird. Plague Bearers are 600 seems nuts. Are you saying at 600? Because they're currently 700. Plague Bearers are currently 700, which is way too expensive. Plague Bearers at 600 sounds awful. Coops, I know you dealt with a box of Plague Bearers recently, but I feel like that's a different concept. Like, the fact that the faction is designed around heavily blobbing and healing and dumb bullshit aside, I think Plague Bearers as a unit isolated need some fucking help. Because Plague Bearers are super slow, and they're really easy to deal with. I don't know. Because every Nurgle build I've fought that's any problem at all is like Nurglings, Marauders, Chaos Warriors, Chaos Knights, maybe some Plague Toads, and Dogs. But it's like a ton of mortal units. It's not the demonic units. I never see or have a problem with Rotflies. I never see or have a problem with Plague Drones. They're okay sometimes, but most of the time they suck. I never see or have a problem with Plague Bearers. I never see or have a problem with Exalted Plague Bearers. I hardly ever see the Herald of Nurgle. I hardly ever see the Exalted Great and Clean One. I sometimes see Kugath, but Kugath's an entirely different issue. And we have talked about that with balance in the past, where one example of a unit being good does not mean the whole unit class is good. I talk about this a lot with artillery, where I talk a lot about artillery buffs. And then people are like, what about Grand Cathay cannons? What about Hellstorm Rocket Battery ROR? I'm like, okay, but what about the Hellstorm Rocket Battery regular? What about the Empire Cannon regular? What about Organ Guns? What about Hellblaster Volley Guns? What about High Elf Bolt Throwers? What about Dark Elf Bolt Throwers? What about, you can just point out Warp Lightning Cannons. What about Plague Catapults? You can point out all the artillery that sucks ass. And it's like, yeah, one unit in this class being good. The whole conversation was, in general, demonic units need help. So, like, yeah, Kugath's good. Kugath's super good. But I'm not talking about Kugath. I'm trying to think of another demonic unit that's actually good. Herald of Zinc is good, but I'm not talking about Herald of Zinc. Blue Horrors are good, but I'm not talking about Blue Horrors. We're talking about Furies that fucking fall apart, drop of a hat. We're talking about Blood Crushers of Khorne that are 1,500 gold, but can't stand up to any other cavalry that's in that price range and aren't even that good at clearing out infantry, even though they have bonus versus infantry for some reason. I'm talking about Heartseekers of Slaanesh, because that unit exists, and I forgot about it while making this list for a reason. 1,400 gold for Heartseekers is fucking insane. Exalted Seeker Chariots exist for like 1,100 gold, and they fall apart if you look at them wrong, So it's like demonic units in general need help. A couple examples of good ones doesn't mean the whole concept of the roster is working as intended. Grand Cathay have some of the good art. Oh, some of the good art. It's kind of... What? Oh, artillery, not art. I was thinking like art, like a painting. What are you talking about, Coops? Yeah, Cathay artillery being sweet, I enjoy it because I am a filthy artillery enjoyer, and I've been so sad through most of Game 3 that artillery sucks ass. But Cathay's design philosophy is so fucking flawed that I have a hard time even enjoying their cannons. Because Coops, you and I were playing some Cathay Dark Elves last night, practicing some stuff. And those are the types of Cathay builds I enjoyed, are the ones I brought against you, where I pretty much just treat them like Empire. I had Zhao Ming, 4 Jade Lancers, Jade Warrior frontline with some Peasant Long Spears backing it up, 3 Crossmen, 2 Cannons, and then some Peasant Long Spears on the cannons. And it's like, if my cannons can outshoot you, I stay put. If they can't, I rush you. So you had triple bolt thrower, I rushed you. Like, that's the Cathay I enjoy, because they play a lot like Empire or Skaven, but they're so heavily incentivized to just box up. It's dumb. Cathay probably needs better cav and harmony nerfs. Okay, what the actual fuck is happening with this pick and ban? We've been just sitting here forever. Yeah, it's been 15 minutes since the last game. Do you ever want to see a unit get removed from the game file? Hey, Great Book of Grudges, how you doing? I know there is one. Let me think. I know there are units in this game that I think bring no positive aspects for anybody. What unit has no positive aspects? God damn it, I know there's one. Best unit in the game is Pavo Towers. What's the economics rant? I'll get to that. Hold on. I'm trying to answer Great Book of Grudges question. You're not Nathan? That's fine. It's still your name, so I will still address you as this name. Damn it, there's a unit that has no positive value. This is bothering me. This is bothering me. The Burning Chariot of Zinc. The Burning Chariot of Zinc. It's stupid. It is a terrible design philosophy. So, the Burning Chariot of Zinc has 2 states it can exist in. 1, it is tanky enough to not instantly die, and it does enough damage to snipe out your caster or single entity. That's not fun at all for the player getting immediately sniped by that thing. Or 2, it's not tanky enough to survive, and it doesn't do enough damage to snipe a single entity, which is the state it's currently in, and it's worthless. It is a unit designed around an unfun goal. The unit's objective is to be a lord and single entity, like, sniper. Not like a consistent damage thing, like, this can kill you instantly, or it's worthless. That's all it does. So it's frustrating for either player, one way or the other. And even if it's in a balanced state, it's going to be frustrating for either player, because it's either you kill it or you don't. But that's all there is to it. So it's either, oh, I brought this expensive-ass Burning Chariot and it didn't snipe their lord. Why did I do that? I'm so stupid. Or the other guy can't kill it, and he's like, oh, great, I just lose my lord. Fuck that game. I can't do anything against this shielded flying single-entity sniper. It was stupid. It's an extremely stupid unit. In my opinion. That's obviously my opinion. If you enjoy it, cool. It's just, you asked me my opinion. Ice Wolf Chariots, Eshin Triads. Ooh, Gyros are also kind of dumb, but I'll admit Gyros are fun in, like, campaign. I don't think the Burning Chariot is fun in campaign either. I think it's just a dumb unit. Queek doesn't have value, so should be removed. You're speaking to the wrong crowd. I fucking love Queek. He needs some help. He needs some serious help. But my boy ain't leaving. The economics rant of Star Wars. So this is a very short thing. It's not nearly as long as the Malekith rant, But Star Wars Episode 7, so if you read some of the books like I did and you're a hyper nerd like I was, you'll know that in the main trilogy, 4, 3, 4, and 5, wait, no, 4, 5, and 6, sorry, the Empire ran into some serious political problems because they spent all their money on the first Death Star. And the plan was to have this orbital space station that's so fucking nuts that no one will question you, even though there's some unrest about how much money it costs. And then the rebels blew it up, putting the Empire in an extremely unfavorable political situation. So they built a second one, and they were working on it, and they were borrowing a ton of money from bankers. They were running into all sorts of issues. They had to make a lot of concessions to the banking guilds. They had problems. They had big problems. But the Emperor needed a second Death Star. He needed a Death Star to be a threat to keep everybody in line. And then they blew that up. Like, that's very short that happened. So in Episode 7... Nazis on the moon, a subset of a subset, not the entire empire of the galaxy. The entire empire of the galaxy, the whole galaxy, bankrupted itself building one of these things, kind of, and then two. So let's just say it bankrupted itself building two. So moon Nazis, just on a moon, just moon Nazis, not the whole galaxy, a subset on a moon can build a bigger Death Star. Fucking how? Where did that money come from? No, it's stupid. It's stupid and dumb. It's just a director said, get me a Death Star, make it bigger, and let it shoot 5 times real fast, pew pew. Ruined the world for me. I couldn't believe that I was in a setting anymore. I knew I was watching a movie. It took me out of it completely, and I said, fuck this. And I never watched movies 8 and 9. I never did. That was so stupid to me. And I know it's a dumb thing to get hung up on. I know we're talking about space wizards with light swords, and that is a dumb thing to be mad about. But I was mad about it, and I didn't want to watch the future movies. Anyway. Bretonnia versus Cathay yet again. Sabers on Cathay has an inner box and an outer box. Peasant long spears on the inner side. Jade warriors on the outer side. We have Miao Ying with Earthblood as her only spell. We have 1 Fire Rain rocket, 2 war balloons, the Sky Lanterns, and then the Righteous Lance Suasion and Long Marauders. On the other side for Blood Penguins, Bretonnia, we have 3 peasant mobs, a shit ton of archers. This looks like, yeah, this is the same build he brought before. I mean, it worked before, so why change it? We have a Field Treb and a Blessed Field Treb, 1 Grail Knight, some Knights of the Realm, and a Pegasus Knight in the sky with the Fey Enchantress as their lord. What's their name in Star Wars? What's their real name? The Space Nazis? I honestly don't remember. I watched that movie once and it was hot garbage, so I got rid of it. Oh, it's the First Order. Yeah, they're the First Order. You can make it work like a chariot. Maybe. The way it's currently designed is just dumb. Sorry, the Burning Chariot of Zinc. If you could remove 1 Lore of Magic from the game, which would it be? In its current form, Heaven's Magic. Heaven's Magic is just dumb. Like, it's not annoying, it's just dumb. It doesn't really feel a purpose. It's like, is it a damage lore, like Lore of Fire? Well, Lore of Fire just does it better. It's not really a buff and debuff lore, it just kind of sucks. Like, I don't think remove from a game is a very, like, easy question for me to answer. I think which one do I think needs a full rework? Probably Lore of Heavens. Remove from the game, that's tough. Because I don't really think any of them are, like, removed from the game. Lore of Stealth needs a rework, seriously, but I don't think it should be removed from the game. Alright, Chalice Potions is cast on Fire and Rocket. They kind of dodged it, but also just that spell doesn't do very much to artillery crews. So that's largely a fine. Fire and Rocket continuing to shoot at the Peasant Bowmen, who are trying to get into range to shut it down their way, as the Field Trebuchets also do some good damage. Peasant Bowmen also firing at the Righteous Lance Suasion. It doesn't look like the Pegasus Knights want to get too involved at this moment. Maybe they'll turn around now that they're on the ground. Yeah, it looks like they'll get involved now. Do they get their favor of the Fae? Yes, they do. An impressive 76 melee attack plus how much bonus for so large? 15. But Saber sees this, runs away as soon as he gets that. And Miao Ying is here instead of Zhao Ming that Race brought, so he does have healing to try and help his Righteous Lances get through this. Other Long Marauders run out to deal with Peasant Bowmen, and as soon as the Pegasus Knights come for them, they opt out. Quick question, what's the Malekith rant? I refuse to go into it twice in one stream! Loving the community and content. Hey, Josh Lang. Hey. If you want the Malekith rant, it has been on the last 3 live streams, and I will not put chat through it another time on this stream. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow you can bait me into giving you the Malekith rant again. But I'm sorry, there's too many people here that would be hurt by it. Did you see that war balloon fire in 3 different directions at once? That actually looked kind of sick. Yeah, Escher Magic and Ice Magic are both trash. I agree. Chain Lightning should get the Plague mechanic for the Nurgle Army's ability. Oh, interesting. Yeah, if that was any good. The Tier 3 Nurgle Army ability sucks so bad. I don't know why that spell sucks so bad, but it does. It does 0 damage. It's such a bad ability. Alright. I haven't really cast this game. I don't know if you guys need me to. We can see what's happening. Fire and rocket shooting at some peasants. Peasants are trying to fire at the Grand Cathay blob. Trying to do anything to shut down the fire and rockets. They're down to 2 models. Trebuchets are also firing in, and a lot of peasants are taking damage. Meanwhile, the Fey Enchantress and some of her knights are trying to run down the Flying Knights wherever they can. And the Pegasus Knights, Pegasus Knights are taking out an entire Sky Lantern on their own. Basic Longbow Riders are going to dive in, but I like this forcing the conversation. Now Miao Ying has to transform into a dragon and go fight them, and these Longbows were just doing this. We're like, listen, we're going to attack the Sky Lantern. If you want to come stop us, come take the fight that we want so we can deal some damage back to you. But without the favor of the Fae, they are struggling a bit in this fight, and again, Miao Ying is joining the fight in the sky, so she'll be largely okay. Pegasus Knights land, dragging the other Longbows with him, and Knights of the Realm are going to pounce on this opportunity, plus Grail Knights. This could be a really bad time for Cathay, as the Righteous Lances are caught on the ground. Grail Knights also starting to join. Big damage coming in as Miao Ying, no. Fey Enchantress throws out an Earthblood. Miao Ying can't do that while she's in her dragon form. One of the War Lancers is so close to dead, I kind of hope the Archer starts shooting at it soon, because the Fire and Rocket is routed, so you don't give a shit about that. Meanwhile, Knights of the Realm are fighting Jade Warriors, and they are losing that fight. They do need to back off, but I'm pretty sure the Bretonnian player, Penguin, is busy on this side. His micro is a little bit distracted over there. Pegasus Knights have rallied. The Fey Enchantress is somewhere. She can come up and offer some more healing. And we have some Knights of the Realm chilling in the far back field. 2 Archer units are firing at the Sky Lantern. Gonna take it out very soon. There it is. There it goes. It is dead as hell. 30 health on that guy, and he's not routing. Why are you pseudo-unbreakable, my friend? That's a dumb thing to find out. Both Longbows regroup. Miao Ying offers an Earthblood to them, and it looks like it was Overcast. Yeah, it is Overcast. Some more healing! Nothing wrong with boxing. It's a viable dwarf tactic. It's viable, it's just not very fun. What up, Black Knight? How you doing? How you doing? Kind of crazy to me the value is actually in Plague Penguin's favor. She doesn't look like it. Yeah, value's weird. There's also a lot of healing going on. Nothing's wrong. I'm not saying I'm bored of Bretonnia after all the Dark Elves recently, but it definitely feels like they're in every match today. Oh, they're very strong after their rework. Like, obscenely strong. This tournament limits them to 1 Grail Knight and 1 Hippogriff Knight, and still you see them all the time. That's how crazy the Bretonnia rework was. Like, it was wildly overshooting the mark. I hope they figure it out, because overall I think that the idea of the Bretonnian changes are very positive. I think the execution just went way too far in Bretonnia's favor. Pegasus Knights fighting to the very end. They have the favor of the Fae, plus an Earthblood trying to heal them up, trying to keep them in this fight. As the Fey Enchantress is way faster than Miao Ying. She's just been forgotten. She needs to run away, and now she is. And Grail Knights will find Miao Ying, but she is a foot character, so they won't do that much damage. And the Fey Enchantress throws out a quick Chalice of Potions. Does it hit? Nope. Sabrus is going to start dodging that. If it curves to the right here, it'll still hit some stuff, but otherwise it is doomed. It goes dead center, so it doesn't really hit anything. Grail Knight surrounding Miao Ying, but as long as she is infantry size, they really won't do that much damage. Fey Enchantress gets away, runs into the middle of some peasants, so she can start Mortis Engineering them down. Another Earthblood was trying to get cast onto the Righteous Lances, but Miao Ying got knocked over by Grail Knights for a second. There it is. And she even hurt herself a little bit in the attempt. Grail Knights get a side charge down some Jade Lancers, doing good damage. Blood Penguin is up on damage value, behind on balance of power by just a bit. Righteous Lances and the other Long Riders are trying to chase the Fey Enchantress. She has Knights of the Realm nearby, but they're so close to breaking that I don't really think you can count them in as a friend. Here, Archers continuing to fire. Knights of the Realm and Grail Knights give up on trying to punish Miao Ying because foot characters still are tankier than the universe itself, which is very strange and dumb and dumb and strange. Are Hippos also busted? Yes. All right, nice charge on the Peasant Long Spearman. Grail Knights still being this healthy is a big concern for Cathay in the late game, for sure. Peasant Archers mostly just ignoring the Sky Lantern. I would prefer them to just shoot it. It only has 30 armor and no missile resist, so actually you can do a fuck ton of damage to this thing quickly and take it out. But I suppose they're busy doing other stuff. I just don't see what their archers are going to do that's that important rather than taking out the Sky Lantern. Like, here we go. 2 wounded archers are going to shoot it. How much damage do they even do? 1 fired. Second one's firing. Yeah, they're doing pretty solid damage to it. Because, like, what else are you going to shoot at? Fucking super armored, shielded Jade Warriors? I don't give a shit about that. If they're poking to the Longmas, I agree with that. But when the Longmas are out of range, I think these archers should be shooting the balloon. It looks like they are now. Just get rid of that thing's ammo. Get rid of its harmony buff. Miao Ying's trying to land on some Peasant Bowmen, though she might put herself at the mercy of Grail Knights, and she needs to stay in the sky. As long as she's in her large form, she cannot land in front of Grail Knights. Because they did no damage to her while she was infantry size, but man, in her dragon form, she will get destroyed. Lantern's already at half HP and falling as the archers have started teeing off onto it. Bounce power is still dead even. Bretonnia still maintains a little bit of an edge on the balance of the damage value, and trebuchets are firing in onto any peasants they can find. Grail Knights catch the Righteous Lances of Wajin on the ground. The other Great Long Riders ride into their aid. But I think that will spell the end of the basic Long Riders. Sky Lantern almost dead. The archers continue to pour fire into it. Dwarf Gunline is fun. I also agree Dwarf Gunline is fun. I think the Dwarven build versus the Vampire Counts was fine. It's just a really shit matchup for the Vampire Counts right now. But yeah, it was a fine build. It wasn't a box. You just made a gunline, shot the shit out of them. End of game. Ooh, there's still a full health archer somehow still around in this game. Okay, alright, we see you. That Longma Rider with 4 models is getting away with how much leadership? 18 leadership. Because leadership of Cathay is a real thing. As these Longmas pretty much have to be killed to be routed, which is a different problem I have at Game 3, is that like so many units will fight almost to the death that leadership feels pointless. I get the R-War Longmas, like I get that one, but basic Longmas? Miao Ying, another overcasted Earthblood, hits her with a bit of overcast damage as she tries to heal up a whole bunch of things. Long Riders are going to fly away. Heal cap is approaching, but they will continue to get healed and maybe even continue to get saved. As Knights of the Realm and Grail Knights trying to rout off all of these extra little peasants. I feel like Cathay is in a very tough spot, but the Balance of Power thinks it's about dead even. I think mostly on the back of Miao Ying. Grail Knights are just going to ignore her, and that's probably the right thing to do. Fey Enchantress needs to stay away from Miao. Grail Knights need to clean up everything left on the map, and the Archers need to finish off the Sky Lantern, and Bretonnia can win this game. No sweat. But we'll see if any mistakes are made in the meantime. An artillery piece is about to get shut down by these Long Marauder remnants. That's fine. That's fine. You're almost out of ammunition. You've pretty much killed all of the stuff your artillery can even do anything against. It's okay. Grail Knights are going to peel for these Peasant Bowmen who are trying to finish off that War Lantern. Boom! Huge damage on the charge. Almost going to rout those Jade Warriors as Miao Ying also comes over to get involved, but big damage onto the Sky Lantern. Less than 300 HP, and it is routing now. The artillery pieces are even shooting at it. That's actually so funny. Can they hit? I'm so curious if they can hit. Knights are charging Jade Warriors. You've seen it before. Holy shit, they took it out! Let's go, artillery pieces! Trebuchets took out the Sky Lantern. That's a lot of value that the Fey Enchantress doesn't have to deal with. Like, she can get poked. She doesn't have that high of missile resist. What is it? 15%? Yeah. Counteracting Earthbloods from both sides. Yep, both sides just throwing down Earthbloods as Grail Knights continue to charge through Miao Ying. Knights of the Realm also continue to charge through her. And archers are going to try and help the last trebuchet stay afloat as it fires at the Righteous Lances of Wajin are nearly heal capped, and the Longmas are nearly heal capped. And there's Grail Knights right here, so these Longmas can't actually do what they wanted to do as archers continue to poke them down, and a rear charge from Grail Knights might just get their leadership low enough that they rout. Knights of the Realm out collecting peasants. And again, you just have to ignore Miao Ying. Yeah, Bretonnia is, like, super bested, but they still take a lot of micro. Like, they take a lot of micro to use correctly. They're just really strong. What's your opinion on the healing mechanic? 12 armor 3. I think people is too dependent on heals. They keep jerking and lubricating all over it. I do think healing is way too fucking strong. I think the numbers on healing need a reduction. Or the spells need a cost increase or something. There just needs to be less healing in the game because so many games come down to how many of my important units going to heal cap. And it's just annoying. Alright, Grail Knights have the favor of the Fae, giving them 72 melee attack, plus 18 bonus versus large. They have 90 melee attack versus large target. Ooh, and Miao Ying's turning into a dragon form. This could be a huge mistake, as the Long Riders are going to get murdered, but if she lands any time around these Grail Knights, she is just flat out dead. And she's going for it, but I think this is the end game. I think turning her into a dragon form is a massive mistake, because the Grail Knights are now just going to surround her and beat the shit out of her. Like, their bonus versus large finally comes into play, but also they can hit her. Like, foot characters are so much more tanky than large characters, because foot characters get knocked over and stuff. Like, look how much damage the Grail Knights are doing now. Look at it. That's the entire damage they did all game cycle charging her. They did it in 4 seconds when she turned into a dragon. Like, I am not fucking kidding you when I say foot characters are way tankier. And Miao Ying is much safer as a foot character than her dragon form. As soon as she transforms, she's fucking dead, man. Long Riders both did very well. Miao Ying did well. Fire and Rockets did fine. Peasant Long Spears mostly got run the fuck down. War Balloons did okay. And Jade Warriors did fine. You almost missed the entire stream, Patrick? You did. Fae Enchantress, 500 HP. 1400 for the Pegasus Knights. Josh Lang, are you still here? If you're still here, I want to have a word with you. Fae Enchantress, 500 value. Pegasus Knights, 1400, so good. Grail Knights, 3600. They might not be fine, my lord. Peasant Bowmen did well overall, and the artillery did well overall. The foot characters rant? Yeah. Though I feel like it was justified watching Miao Ying get cycle charged by Grail Knights all game. They do no damage, and as soon as she transfers to a dragon, boom, half health, and Saber surrenders. That was so funny. Okay, is Josh still here? All right, Josh. Those fucks. They didn't tell me. I try to hang out with them every Sunday. We'll play Crusader back and forth because we both have really onto off over time. Weight Watchers still firing in on the Shadow Warriors. They are mostly gone. 1 second. I'm gonna turn. Hunters of Current. Cavalry. They're never gonna get. Okay, so it's after my game. Thankwell's more powerful. Okay. Goes on to fight Race. Hold on. Sorry, I'm looking for something. My favorite scene from the Thankful Order. Spoiler red. Because, like, one of their stories was just straight up bad. Off screen and... Right next to him, when he decides to leave, he is going to get away. And he can't get away. DA knows about it. We've been talking. They and the modding community disagree on what's wrong with it. 1 hour and 22 minutes ago from the live patch. From the live stream. If you wanted to watch the Malekith rant, it is 1 hour and 22 minutes ago. If you actually want the Malekith rant, I'm not gonna make the stream watch it again, but it's right here. Raced Blood Penguin, post game 1, pre game 2. It's 1 hour and 22 minutes ago. To know who's right, because I'm not big on like programming and stuff. It's just not something I know anything about. But CA knows they're not working correctly, so I would hope for a hot fix. Yeah, because I think I start to go into it right here. Happens, Malekith. Malekith says, "Shut up, bitch. Do it." So yeah, there it is. If you actually want it, it is very funny, but I'm not going to make everybody sit through it. And we're also already into game 2, so boom. But it's there. I got you. No, Cyrus, I wasn't going to do it again. I was not. It's too much to do for just like one person. The other 70 just have to sit through it again. But if anybody wants the funny Malekith rant, I thought I would at least help them find it. This was a cool stream. Need more? It's not over! It's not over! Plus, we have done a stream Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, today, and then tomorrow we have another stream about the same time from RTK's Land Battle Tournament, so there's always more. Can we clip it? Someone else can. I'm obviously busy doing this, but yeah, you can clip it. In this stream, yes. Yes, it was in the stream. It was just a bit ago. I do love the Malekith rant. I would make it a YouTube short if I could, but it's too long. It's like 2.5 minutes, but YouTube shorts are supposed to be a minute or under. Slaanesh versus Dwarves. I was busy looking for that thing, so I missed that this was the matchup indeed. I need to bounce for Pathfinder because I'm real cool. Hell yeah, dude, get it. Pathfinder's fun. It's very fun. Later, Josh Lang. Hope you have a good one. Path many finds, or find many paths. Up to you. Neither build is really set up yet. But Blood Penguin's set up enough in a way that I can cast them. So the front line was the Mirror Guard. Wait, no, not the Mirror Guard. Just a shit ton of Chaos Warriors and Marauders with Hell Scourges for the increased melee defense and poison. Brings Beguilement, ROR, Exalted Demonettes. Gives them Rampage, but they also just have really solid stats. I have mixed feelings about this unit because I have seen it used very well against me, but when I use it, it frequently just gets like hit by one powerful thing and then their Demonic Stability kicks in and then I just lost a 1400 gold unit. We have one Hell Strider with Hell Scourges. Yep, just one. We have a Seeker Chariot, the Sibilant Slaughtercade Chaos Chariot, ROR. 2 Chaos Furies of Slaanesh, giving them armor piercing and magic damage. Sigvald the Magnificent with Sliver Slash, and then his healing. And we have a Chaos Sorcerer of Slaanesh with Acquiescence and Lash of Slaanesh. This is James Workshop. Your rant against our intellectual property named Malekith is hereby copyright struck. Thank you for complying. They wouldn't do that to me. We have Thoric, Gotrek, and Felix. I was wondering when it would reappear. The Sabrus El Clasico. The original progenitor of Gotrek, Felix, and Thoric. I hate this combo. I hate it. It's not even that OP at high levels of play. It's just fundamentally very boring. And it's super impressive against, like, newer players. But Blood Penguin's not a newer player, so we'll see how he does with it. It's still strong, but it's not OP at the higher levels of play. For the Dwarven box, we have Ironbreakers, triple Ironbreakers on the front line, Dwarf Warriors across the back line, triple Thunder, Hammer, and the Gotrek Felix Thoric Blob. If you like. The RR team either carries the entire game or dies right away. Yep. That is also my experience with it. Dr. Coops, MD. Dwarven box is trying to quickly move up to get at least on top of this little ridge, because previously they were kind of in this like decline area, so they don't want to be there. Please slicing shards. There's no slicing shards. We've already had a box. Yes, what about second box? You signed up for a Sabrus Regnum stream, you're getting boxes. That's just a thing. It's the thing he does. We had a Tomb King's box, Vampire Counts versus Dwarves. He had a pretty solid gun line. Cathay box and Dwarves box. It's what you're getting. It's his name might as well be the box player. Now, boxes are a lot less potent on patch 3.1. The chariot fixes have helped a lot of chariots. Even the ones that are still struggling are still better than they were previous patches. And chariots in general can do pretty well against boxes, so we'll see how that goes. But Slaanesh always struggles against boxes. It's just been their thing. Chaos Furies take 1 volley from 2 Thunderers and almost starts Demonic Instability crumbling. That was brutal, but they move back out of range. Seeker Chariots are moving forward as Furies die on the approach, pretty much the Thunderers, and Seeker Chariots take blasting charge shots and fucking die, and they do 0 damage to Ironbreakers. Don't worry, they're armor-piercing anti-infantry. They shouldn't be able to hit Iron Breakers. Don't you worry, my friends. Secret Chariots are still really bad. Sybil and Slaughtercade charge in. They go straight through these Dwarf Warriors. Not doing a lot of damage, but a lot of disruption. And they also disrupt the Thunderers, which is what Chariots are supposed to do. The Secret Chariots, it's hot garbage, but shit happens. I think Blood Penguin's mostly trying to use them to stop this from happening, but it's going to happen anyway. The Iron Breakers are about to delete the Bringers of Beguilement. Yep. That was 700 gold value, by the way. That only says 300, but that is half health off of a 1400 gold unit, so bullshit math. Anyway, Chaos Warriors and Hell Scourges and stuff have all inundated the front line. The Bringers of Beguilement are trying to catch up to these Iron Breakers, who are now euphoric, so they might rampage soon. It looks like they're trying to throw more blasting charges, but they won't quite get to. Secret Chariot's already crumbling away. Goodbye, sir. Thank you for your non-service, you dumb piece of shit. Sybil and Slaughtercade pulling away. And the Iron Breakers are trying to run from the Bringers of Beguilement as they do more damage. Secret Chariot dives back in before just routing entirely. So the Dwarves are attacked on all sides, but will it matter? My heart says no. Hellstriders are here to help offer a little bit of charging support now that the box has been broken. We'll see how much they can even get done as Bringers of Beguilement. 167 value are about to start crumbling. And they're trying to get away from the Hammerers as the Hell Scourges charge into the Hammerers, but there was a big blasting charge volley onto these Devoted Marauders of Slaanesh, and they're already getting routed off. Damage always about 4,000 to 1,000. And this is a big design problem of Slaanesh. They have no ranged units, they have no artillery, except for Marauder Horsemen of Slaanesh, but that's not nearly enough. So you know they're going to charge you, and then their chariots are still some of the worst in the game for some reason. Their cavalry is some of the worst in the game for some reason, outside of Hell Scourges. Hellscourge Hellstriders are fine, and Chaos Knights of Slaanesh are fine, but like, Seekers still suck, Heartseekers still suck, Seeker Chariots, all of their chariots still suck. So it's like... CA, what are we supposed to do about boxes? And they're like, I don't know, get fucked, Slaanesh. You're too good in domination, so I hope you burn and die. And that's pretty much the response Slaanesh got. So Sigvald is currently standing outside the box. He does need to get back engaged in melee. Sybil and Slaughtercade is trying to do things as a big blasting charge volley hits some Chaos Warriors and Dwarf Warriors. Honestly, does about equal damage to both parties there. Curious to see how Secret Chariots do. I hope your curiosity is sated. Big Lash of Slaanesh down the line also doesn't do that much damage because I don't know why Slaanesh can't have any nice things. Yeah, I understand they were too good at Dom. They were always in land battles, like mid-tier in land battles, and then they got nerfed into the fucking dirt. Like, into the dirt. See, I just put a bag over their head and threw them in a river. It was terrible. And they just don't get any nice things. Chaos Sorcerer Slaanesh cast something. Acquiescence onto the Hammerers, but it's too late. This game is mega over. Yeah, but the Thunderers weren't like really the biggest problem. The biggest problem was these Iron Breakers are so good against Slaanesh. Because you don't think that armored infantry would be super good versus Slaanesh, but it is, because Slaanesh's chariots are dog shit. And their blasting charges can kill all the low armor-piercing units that Slaanesh has. Like, in theory, at least the way I think about it, Slaanesh should be super good against the Dwarves. It's like, alright, you can break a box, they're all armored, you have a ton of armor-piercing, this is kind of your jam, right? Fuck no. They get murdered by Dwarves. It's Slaanesh, they like a bag over their heads? I don't know if they want this kind of bag over their heads. Even Sigvald, I mean, he can't fight this triple hero core. He gets his ass kicked, as you saw. So just like nothing's winning. Hellstriders trying to do anything, but they don't have armor piercing. So versus the Iron Breakers, they're just nothing. Just a big bat, nothing. Can you give me the link to the RTK Land Battles tournament? Yeah. Alright, Coops, cast this game. It's about to army loss anyway, you're on it. I gotta help somebody find the tournament tomorrow. Coops, I don't hear you casting. What the fuck, Coops? That is the Dwarves. Alright, well, I'm sorry Coops abandoned you all. I'm back. Thoric, 1,500 value. Gotrek, 1,300 value. Felix, 600 value. Ironbreakers, 1,100, 1,500, 800. Hammers, 900. And then Dwarf Warriors stood around. Thunderers, 500, 300, 400. But the Thunderers weren't even the problem. The problem is just the armored infantry, which you'd think Slaanesh should be able to deal with. They can't. Super. On the other side, Sigvald, 600. Slaanesh Caster, 600. Sibilant Slaughtercade, 400. Seeker Chariots, a whopping 300. Chaos Warriors of the Hellscourges and Marauders of the Hellscourges, not a lot of value. They had super high melee defense, but not much for melee attack. Furies also got bodied. Hellscourges, the Hellscourge Marauders, the Hellstriders got bodied. And the Brigands of Beguilement actually topping the charts in damage value in their 13 seconds on this earth. It is brutal. All right, a lot of people are joining our Discord. If you're joining our Discord, stop doing that. This is a members-only club. I might have posted the link to my Discord in the stream description. I might have invited people to the Discord several times during the stream. I might have told you all the benefits of joining our Discord during the stream. But stop joining our fucking Discord, okay? I don't know why you people want to be here. We have super fun times with land battles. You can get all the announcements of upcoming streams or upcoming tournaments that you can play in. We have a tournament bot that can find you best of threes with other people that also want to practice getting better at the game. We also have a best of one practice pit just for new players, and we have a list of coaches for people who are excited to talk to you about factions they enjoy. So if you have any questions on those factions, you can just talk to them. I don't know why you want to join this Discord. It's a shitty place. Stay away. Fuck you. All right, we're getting into the next game. Again, this pick system, very front-loaded. There is a long wait time at the start, but now all the picks are decided, so from game to game, the players know exactly what the matchup is, and they go, 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 go. We have Dark Elves versus Norska, and another fucking Rakarth. Rakarth is trash. How do I tell people this? How do I get it through to your skulls that Rakarth is mega trash? Maybe Sabrus feels bad about the Dwarven box into the Slaanesh. Maybe he just wants to apologize. And by that, he's throwing an entire fucking game by taking shitty, poopy Rakarth. Maybe. Don't know. I don't understand why Slaanesh gave... Wait, CA gave the Slaanesh Charioteers the whips. That's... Oh, you... Then why they didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I wish the Slaanesh Chariots would get fixed or buffed or whatever they need. They're the coolest unit on the roster, no doubt. And they're like a key unit in the roster. The entire roster's premise from the launch trailer was, we have good cavalry and good chariots. And then on the game release, it was, we have good cavalry and good infantry. And then CA took a bat to the back of their head and they say, we have okay infantry and okay cavalry. And I'm like, why were the chariots so heavily advertised if you're never going to buff them? It was so weird. Dark Elves and Norska should be fun. Oh, yeah. This is a good one. Play faster Champion League incoming. Sorry, we're trying. You win, I just joined. God damn it. I failed again. It's, yeah, finals best of 5. So for Sabrus's Dark Elf build versus the forces of Norska, we have a Naked Lady Rush, Sisters of Slaughter mixed in with Witch Elves, mixed in with the terror-causing Sisters of Singing Doom Witch Elves. Crows of Cain Harpies in the sky, Firecaster with Fireball and Burning Head, and Rakarth on a Manticore. Oh, and we have 2 Dark Riders in the Vanguard. For Norska, Blood Penguin, we have dogs, probably a lot of dogs. Norskan Ice Wolves, Skin Wolves, Skin Wolves, Skin Wolves, and more Ice Wolves. Ever since Strat Game opened up Warhammer 3 and said, hey guys, I think Ice Wolves might be good, everybody else agreed with him, started spamming him. Ice Wolves are very good. Thank you, Strat Game. We have 3 Marauder Berserkers, 2 Marauder Hunters of Javelins, Shaman Sorcerer of Metal with Plague of Rust and Searing Doom, and then we have Wulfric the Bitch on horseback. I hate you. Why isn't Throg here? Throg is much better than you in every way. I think you're dumb and stupid, but some players still like you. I don't understand why. Sword of Shorgald, Hunter of Champions, Fight or Die, and Poop Fang. What is the contact effect on Witch Elves? Witch Elves have Madness of Cain. Lowers your melee defense by 10%, lowers your speed, and it causes you to rampage if you fall below a certain health threshold. Who let the dogs out? Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Ooh woo. Dark Elves should win the frontline fight pretty handedly. Sisters of Slaughter and Witch Elves should tear absolutely straight through these Marauders and Berserkers. I am super concerned about uncontested dogs and skinwolves on the flank just cycle charging these low armored elves. They're going to deal a lot of damage. The Dark Riders are in the flank, but there's not a lot to flank. I guess you can kill off some Marauder Hunters of Javelins, and that's okay, but it still feels like it's going to be brutal. Whip of Agony onto the Skinwolves, lowering their melee defense and removing terror from them, I guess, and fear. But they're just going to opt out of that fight, run away, maybe get a rear charge on the Witch Elves. Meanwhile, a Burning Head goes awry, or was dodged. Not super sure. Wulfric Seafang tears apart a Sister of Slaughter, and does it even go into the Witch Elves? Oh, it does! It's a twofer! It's a twofer, and it completely fucks him up. Meanwhile, Dogs and Skinwolves did more damage to Sister Slaughter on the opposite side, very similar stuff. And then they rear charge some Witch Elves as the Searing Doom comes down. This is a lot of damage very quickly. We are a minute into this game, and already 6,000 gold value in damage is off the field. Meanwhile, the Crows of Cain are hunting down our Marauder Javelin friends, and the Dark Riders are here as well. It looks like Wulfric's going to run to the back line and do something about it. I kind of think he'd be hunting Rakarth, but sure, whatever, do you. Sisters of Singing Doom are starting to tear out some stuff and rampage other things. Sister Slaughter also helping out. Murderous Prowess is popped, but the balance of power heavily favors Norska at this point, and I tend to agree, as they are almost up 2-to-1 in damage value, which is kind of insane. Rakarth is full HP. He is being ignored for the most part. Marauder Berserkers at full HP. I think those are the ones that got bailed out by Seafang. Are trying to find these Sisters of Slaughter and give them a good proper scrapping, like the boys had never seen before. Skinwolves and Marauder Hunter Javelins fighting the Dark Riders with shields. Looks like Crows of Cain are also opting in to help out, but Fight or Die from Wulfric should make these Skinwolves absolute world beaters versus those light cavalry without armor. And things are going to shit for the Dark Elves across the board. Now, Rakarth is trying to claim it back. If he can fight the Shaman Sorcerer of Metal, get him off the field, that'll be a pretty big pick. Looks like Skinwolves are coming over to express their feelings about that matter. Dark Elves are in disarray. They've taken a lot of damage. They have a healthy caster. Rakarth is still healthy, and he actually manages to slip away from the Skinwolves, so good play there. I don't know if Rakarth is going to be enough to carry this game, as Norska continues to run around and just rout any isolated pocket of things they can find. If they group up and don't allow themselves in turn to be picked off by Rakarth, they'll be fine. They'll be fine as long as the Skinwolves like stick together and shit. More Skinwolves plow into the Sisters of Slaughter and the Witch Elves, who are barely clinging to leadership, fighting to the very death. Crows of Cain also thinking about getting the fuck out of here. Wulfric is running over to fight now Hunter of Champions Rakarth with 69 melee attack. Nice, but only 15 melee defense. He is very, very squishy to our friend Wulfric, who has 836 weapon strength, but it's non-arm piercing. But Rakarth, with Overcast and Plague of Rust, has 0 armor, and Wulfric's going to start kicking the shit out of him, while also Skinwolves are here to make him have a bad time. Marauders in the distance do need to be rallied and come back here, but it looks like Blood Penguin is more busy trying to keep Rakarth on the ground, but Rakarth does manage to escape as Sabrus throws some Dark Riders to the literal wolves to try and save him, but it's not enough as the Skinwolves plow straight through him. And the Beast Lord's Gaze is giving Rakarth some damage resistance and leadership, stops him from rampaging if that was even a threat. But man, that Plague of Rust is hurting so bad. And Wulfric is trying to catch back up. He is going to get another shot on Rakarth, and that might be the death knell in this game for the Dark Elves. They have one Sister of Slaughter trying to come back to the fight, but Norska has a whole lot more than that coming from that left flank over there. And Wulfric gets gigantic shots onto Rakarth. That is the end of this game. Blood Penguin's up 2-1. You bitch. What was that? What was that? I know it's not actually her fault, but she just fireballed Rakarth in the face. He was getting eaten alive by wolves at Wulfric. He looked to you for help and you fireball him in his bitch face. Why would you do that? He's already in the gutter. CA nerfed him last patch. They nerfed Karth. Maybe the worst lord in the entire game. I know that's extreme, but still, one of the worst lords on the Dark Elf roster at least. And you fireball him in his dumb, scarred face. You are stupid. Okay. Sisters of Slaughter, mixed value. Overall, not great because they got Sea-Fanged. Witch Elves struggled on value as well. Dark Riders and Crows of Cain struggled. Wolfric the Wanderer, really good value, honestly. 2,200 for him. Skin Wolves did well. Ice Wolves did well. Marauders and Marauder Berserkers did fine. Yeah, they did fine. No complaints. And Marauder Hunters Javelins got shut down very quickly. Bat. Dark Lord Pengu's up 2-1. Can Sabrus drag it back and take us to game 5? Or are we done and I can go have lunch? Okay. You did good, Cyrus. You did good. I want a beverage that is not water. I'll return when I feel like it. Ugh. Cookie! Nom, nom, nom. I need to have lunch after the stream. It's 2 p.m. and I'm very hungry. But for now I can only have a cookie. Great Book of Grudges? Both. I'm talking about Deathblade. Wait, no. You're right. I'm talking about the Malice Darkblade Omnibus. It's in Lord of Ruin. That's the book. Lord of Ruin within the Omnibus. It's the last... Sorry. It's the last non-End Times Malice book. And it's a good book. It's a good book. The rant has two things about it. One, it's humorous, right? So I'm exaggerating my frustration about certain points to be entertaining. And two, I think Malekith Isolated in the Lord of Ruin book is portrayed as a fucking idiot. I do think that's true. Overall, the book's good. The book's very good. I enjoyed it a lot. But that one aspect is funny to rant about because it was kind of dumb. All right. Cookie has been finished. Drink has been acquired. Holy shit, we have a lore matchup, kind of. If we had Kazark One Eye, it would be a lore matchup. But Beastmen versus Empire. The Empire Lord is Boris Todbringer. It's about the closest we're going to get to an actual lore matchup. For Blood Penguin and his beloved Empire, he's a very, very good Empire player. Has been since Warhammer 2. I will wait for them to get a little more set up because I don't want them moving stuff around while we're casting it. What I can say is 2 War Wagons already. Burning Head caster. Boris Todbringer with both of his leadership debuffs, both Crush of the Week and then his Blood Roar from the Griffin mount he is on. Sterling's Revenge, Free Company Militia, ROR, armor-piercing stock missile unit. Front line of Spearmen and Swordsmen mixed throughout. We have 2 Empire Knights on the flanks and 2 Huntsmen interior. It's kind of a sandwich box type build. I was hoping for 1 eye. We all were. On the other side for Sabrus Regnum, you get dogs. You just get dogs. That's all you get. 4 Razorgore herds, 8 dogs, 4 with poison, 4 without. 4 Chaos Spawn? No, 3 Chaos Spawn, the Butchers of Kelngard, Minotaurs with Shields, and Malagor, Dark Omen, with the Cygor summon and Flock of Doom. I think Cygors are trash, but we did see Bjorn win yesterday's tournament with a Cygor summon because he used it in the late game as a balance of power tipper. So he summoned a full health, full ammunition Cygor in a hyper close late game, and the game was like, whoa, a Cygor? Army losses. And it's like, no, the Cygor's temporary, you fucking idiot! And then the game is over. So maybe he's doing that tech. Maybe he actually thinks Cygors are good. I do not. I think Cygors are trash. And while we have a moment, I guess I should get out the stream sponsor before the finals are over. This stream is sponsored by Caffeine-Free Diet Coke. Are you a little bitch baby like me? Do you like something that's not water, but is pretty much water? Caffeine-Free Diet Coke. The fake sugar in it will give you cancer, but hey, it's cooler than smoking. Do you want all the glamour of cancer with none of the smoking? Probably fake sugars. Like, jury's still out on it, but probably. It's one of those things that sounds like it's probably going to give me cancer later. Are the big Torox DLC monsters picked with Beastmen ever? Yes. Yes, the Jabberslythe actually has been quite common. And the Gorgon, I know Strat Game likes the Gorgons a lot. I don't see a ton of people using them, but yeah, they're pretty good. Real sponsor? Fuck no. Nobody gives a shit about me. All right, the front line of the Angry Moos are here. Butcher's Guard trying to slam through the Unbreakable Sigmar Suns while dogs try their best to ignore the front line. It looks like some of them are even getting back into the back line. And we are 1 minute into the game and the fighting is already in super deep. This is classic Beastmen gaming. I'm rooting for Sabrus here. I want a game 5. Let's go, Sabrus! Game 5! Game 5! Chaos Spawn have arrived at last, and this is where the Sons of Sigmar might start to falter. Big Flock of Doom, not overcast, but still pretty big. Hits a lot of units in the backfield, and as soon as these Spearmen start routing, things are going to get real scary real fast for the Empire. Now, the Cygor summon is just being annoying. It's going to distract the Stone's Revenge. It's going to use ammunition of the War Wagons, but I'm sure Sabrus doesn't care. He doesn't really give a single shit about his summoned Cygor companion. I work for Coca-Cola, sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah. I work for Coca-Cola. I sponsor the stream. Love you. Hey, thanks, Spirit of the Gorg. Thanks. It's fine to work for Coca-Cola. I'm just saying that, like, I consume a lot of fake sugars, and it's probably not good for me, and I admit that. All right, Butchers of Kalkengard fighting the Bright Wizard, and the front line of the Empire is starting to rout, but do the Beastmen have enough left in the tank to really close this game out? You see all those health bars blinking, leadership blinking, and the Empire still has 2 very healthy War Wagons. They have a healthy Sterling's Revenge, and the Cygor continues to just be a little bit annoying for them. But here, where they can get some big damage value gains, the dogs have gotten back onto the Huntsmen. If they can rout those Huntsmen or even kill them, that'll help them a lot on the balance of power. Where is Toddbringer, by the way? I just realized I haven't seen that guy all game. Oh, he must have been routing some Razorgores over here with these Halberdiers. Okay. Well, Toddy's coming back, and him being healthy is really difficult for the Beastmen to deal with, because Malagor is not a duelist. Like, he doesn't want to interact with Boris in any capacity whatsoever. Another big moment is Butchers of Kalkengard and some dogs are catching up to the War Wagons, almost getting him. Thank you for the Cassian Boy. Anytime, Strat Game, anytime. Also, Strat, we just mentioned you because someone was asking if Gorgons and Jabberslythes were any good, and I said, yeah, you tend to use some Gorgons. Sterling's Revenge finally get caught by something besides a Cygor, and they take real significant damage. War Wagons are continuing to run away, continuing to fire while they run away, though, which is a bit of a problem. Dogs are fighting the Bright Wizard, getting decent damage down, but that Burning Head will end their lives. Chaos Spawn will duel with Boris Toddbringer for a bit, but they're in the middle of halberds, and Boris can heal, so overall it's not going to be a great time for the Chaos Spawn. I am super worried for the Beastmen. No, Sabrus! Find an extra reserve of strength. Take me to a game 5, because this series has been a banger. I enjoyed it, at least. Some people don't enjoy the box games. I thought it was funny. Like, I thought Slaanesh got slapped so hard by that Dwarven box that it turned humorous. It wasn't, like, sad, but I don't know. Maybe other people have different opinions. Razorgore Herder is rampaging after Shattered Empire Knights. That infinite rampage bug still happens every so often. It doesn't happen as much as it used to, but still happens. And when it does, I mean, he's losing a full, almost full health 600 gold unit, which is really brutal at this point in the game. Malagor and Dogs dive onto the Bright Wizard. They are maybe going to get him to rout. Yes, there he goes. And that is very good. War Wagons are running low-ish on ammunition. But they've done their job, man. There's so much damage out on the field. The Butchers and Calgon Guard are going to have to put this game on their back, but I don't know if they can. There's a full health Halberdier coming back in. Boris is still full health. War Wagons have ammo left. Not a ton, but a ton. Not a ton, but some. Also, I forget if I said thanks for the donation, Strat Game, or if I just announced that you were here. But thanks for the donation, man. It's super nice of you. You are a constant supporter, and we appreciate it. I think I put you on my Patreon thing, even though you're not technically a patron. You give donations so frequently that I'm like, he's a patron. So if you're not on my patron thing, let me know, and we need to add you, because I swore I did. Second Cygor summon is out. It is going to keep the balance of power from army losses, give the Beastmen a little bit more time in this game. Don't know what the Cygor is going to be able to do, though, as the War Wagons still have 8 and 9 volleys. And they're firing in at the Butchers of Calcongard and the Chaos Spawn. A rear charge from the Empire Knights might spell the doom of the Elves. That's not the Elves! I know, but whenever I say doom, I just like to say Elves. Do you want a fast and easy game like me on Friday nights? Get Raid Shadow Legends and Don't Make Clan and get 5 free Skeleton Knights. Yes, that is a real sponsor that I definitely for sure have. I definitely have Raid Shadow Legends installed on my phone. It's a phone game, right? Is it game-changing if Demons of Chaos got Light of Battle so they don't get banished so quickly? That would be game-changing? No. I think if Light of Battle was AoE, that would be game-changing. But single target? No. Not really. They're stinky elves. At this point, I don't have too much sexy analysis left for you. Once that Cygor summon fades, that bounce power is going to tank for the Beastmen. And there's really just nothing left. Like, everything's routing except for Malagor. War Wagons are fine, and Boris Todbringer could solo what's left of this army. So, I do think Sabrus will unfortunately fall. He gave it hell, man. He was playing his ass off today. Love or hate his builds, he played real solid. Played real good. Blood Penguin is a formidable force. Is probably one of the best land battle players active right now. Definitely top 10. I would argue for top 3, but top 10. He has had some problems recently where he's slumping. Because he's one of our admins, right? So he's in our admin chat a lot. And he's just like, God damn it, I played blank and blank like shit. And it's like, it's okay, Penguin. We know you show up when it counts. He made it to the semifinals of BBB Season 1. Got beat by Hanadins, who's also in that top 10 discussion. But yeah, Blood Penguin's a monster. Sabres put on a good performance. But I think it's all over now, Captain. Go Empire, boys. Chaz, also with the $10. You also support an awful lot. I might have to make you an honorary patron. Might. And Army Losses does it last hit from Malagor, bringing us down to 1 Chaos Spawn that has now died. Very GG's. Very GG's. It is AoE when you overcast? Is it? Oh, that could be... Okay, that could be really cool. I legitimately didn't know that. Book of Grudges. That could be cool. I kind of want that now for my demons. Because that shit would be sick as hell. Alright. Chaos Spawn did okay. Like, they weren't meant to really get a ton of value. They just wanted to bunker bust through the front line. Butcher Scout Guard did the same. Malagor did fine. Razorgore Herds did okay. Ooh, especially that one. Look at that one. Look at that. That is spicy. And then a bunch of dogs. This is kind of Sabrus in a nutshell. Like, you sometimes get the box builds, but you also sometimes get some really funky meta reads that are, like, super fun to watch. Like, his Empire builds are always interesting. I don't know if they're a meme or serious, but he does have some really strange and fun Empire builds. Sabrus is, like, he's one of those players, like Cal Harmon a bit, where he frequently doesn't play the meta like everybody else does. He might pick a meta faction here and there, but he's not going to play them how you normally do. So, yeah. Actually, Blood Penguin's another player kind of like that. He'll always play Bretonnian Empire, which I know he's not super happy with the current state of Bretonnia, because when you're a faction main, you want to flex on nerds, and when everyone's picking your faction, and you run into someone, they're going to think you're a meta slave. And he's like, no, I've been doing this. I've been playing Bretonnia since they were shit. I've been playing Bretonnia since the Fey Enchantress was the only viable lord. I've been taking Lewin and Alberic. I've been doing it. But now that they're OP, everyone just thinks, oh, fucking Bretonnia player. So it's pretty funny. Lunch on stream? Nah, dude. Nah. How long is this stream been going? 4 hours? It was a good one. It was a banger. Congratulations so much to Blood Penguin. Dumpstered my ass and had a pretty good final showing versus Raced and Saber Regnum. Congratulations to Saber Regnum for a very solid second place. Played quite well today. If you or your loved ones or your friends or your mother or your family want to get involved in tournaments like this was an ODM hosted tournament. You can join their Discord. I don't have that link in the description just yet. The one I do have is... What the heck? Okay, I'll deal with that later. Sorry. I don't have that link just yet for you. You can join that if you want to, or just join our Discord. It is in the description of the video. From there, people post their tournaments all the time. So if you want to play in something like this, whether it's on Total Tavern or on Challenge, you can just go to tournaments here, and all of these hosts. Cool Umbrella hosts a ton. Platypus hosts one tomorrow. If you want to play in one, there is one tomorrow, the RTK Cup. Hanniden's posted this one up here. So we do have a tournaments chat where you can see anything happening in the community, decide if you want to join there. Yeah, we also have that best of one practice pit for new players only. We have the Vermin League for sweaty tryhard best of threes with anybody who wants to play. It's all free. It's all free. Hop in, hang out. People love this is actually a funny thing. A new player was talking to us. I forget who it was, but one of our new players was asking if people would like share their builds with them or something, and they were like, if it's not too much of a problem. Dude, people in this fucking Discord love talking about their builds. They love it. So if you're looking for builds, looking for advice, no one is secretive about it. You'll probably get too many answers. Like this, everyone's changing their name to blank ... So I don't know what that's about. But X ... was asking about green skins yesterday, and I gave him one of my builds. Coops was talking to him about it. Strat Game and Umbrella were also talking a little bit about it. So they asked a simple question and got bombarded with messages. So, yeah, this Discord's full of fucking nerds who love talking about Warhammer, so get in here, talk about some Warhammer. That's all I have. That's it. That's the end of this stream. GG, goodbye. I will be streaming tomorrow, the RTK tournament. I have posted that link a couple times, but if you go to TotalTavern.com, it is right on the front page with the big dinosaur, this one. There's only 11 people signed up right now. You could be the 12th. Get in there. Have a good time. Goodbye.